A very warm welcome to the Chang International Circuit. We are in Buriram in the east of Thailand. It is the final day, the final round, the final race of the Asian Road Racing Championships, helped by Idemitsu and with FIM, of course. And it has been a season to remember. We're in Thailand. A note before we start of remembrance for the Queen Sirikit, who Thailand is in a period of mourning after the death of the much-loved Queen Mother. And all sport reflects upon the duty that Thailand owes to the Queen. Our respects to the Queen Mother. On to the international action that we've got coming your way. And around this international circuit, 30 degrees centigrade. It is warm, but there's a little bit of shade and a little bit of breeze. Des Corker alongside Barry Russell to talk you through the 5 races and the 3 titles that must be decided today, Barry.
And we're starting with one of them, the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. And that race tightened yesterday with Ramdan Rosley halving his deficit to championship leader Hiroki Ono. Now it stands at just 10 points.
The TVS One-Make Championship, identical bikes, and all the races will be going around this identical circuit. The lower CC bikes, they always look at turn 12 as a pivotal moment on this circuit.
Yeah, they certainly do. And these TVS Asia One-Make Apaches hitting 200 kilometers an hour through the speed trap, which is on the run up from turn 1 to turn 3. There is, of course, a little kick to the right before turn 2 here at Buriram.
Let's talk you through the starting grid. Sarthak Chavan, the best of the Indian racers, 3rd in the championship. He's 1st on the grid today. Hiroki Ono, well, a victory today, and it'll secure back-to-back titles for the veteran Japanese. Hazik Farou's back and firing after missing a lot of this season through injury. He's in P3.
Spain's Luis Miguel, who has made a big impression in this championship this year, finished 2nd yesterday. He leads row 2 from Ramdan Rosley, yesterday's winning, and Rakshit Dev.
Ramdan Rosley, a victory today is a must if he is to take the title. All right, Piri crashed out very early yesterday. Hope he goes better today. Kim Min Jae, back after an injury as well. He's in P8 on the TVS. And Chirant Vishwanath from the Indian contingent, he's in P9 on row 3.
And on row 4, we welcome Colombian John Lopez. And next to him is Leandro Paredes and local rider Kanatat Jamin.
And on the 5th row of the grid, KY Ahmad, the veteran Indian racer, struggling to find just a little bit of form. He's alongside the youthful Nixon Frost from New Zealand. They are the 14 starters. Important to tell you where we are in the championship standings. Hiroki Ono, 214 points, is 10 points clear of Ramdan Rosley. So any position in the top 3 will guarantee him a place, a back-to-back titles. Ramdan must win and hope that Hiroki becomes 4th or worse. That's the only chance. Sarthak Chavan is 18 points adrift. So if Hiroki were to come off and not score any points, theoretically, he has a chance. But Hiroki Ono is such a fabulous racer. He's won 22 of the 29 TVS One-Make races he's competed in since he joined this competition in 2023.
He'd be brave to bet against Hiroki Ono, converting that 10-point advantage into a championship. There he is, the number 1, focusing himself on the job ahead on this 8-lap race.
The numbers to look out for: number 1, Hiroki Ono. Ramdan Rosley is number 2. He's in the middle of the 2nd row of the grid. And while a bad start doesn't really end his championship hopes, he's got to be close to Ono. And he's got to hope that Sarthak Chavan's in form, that Hazik comes good again, that Luis Miguel's fine form continues as well. Ramdan needs to win and hope others do him a favour. So we're all set for race number 12 of the season. Perfect racing conditions. 8 laps of this Chang International Circuit. We are a go, and it's a solid start from Sarthak Chavan. Over on the far side, the pole sitter, but Hiroki just sits in nice and tight. Not the best of starts for Ramdan Rosley. He's lost a couple of places.
Yeah, Ramdan Rosley yesterday, not the best start, but he did come through from further back yesterday, of course, to take the win. So it's Sarthak leading the way from Hiroki Ono.
The number 4, Ramdan Rosley, with the white helmet, is somebody we're keeping a close eye on, but Ono is going out, and I think he's saying, I'm the boss man. I want to go and, if not lead, certainly be in that front little group, although he has to stand up. Yes.
Right round the inside. If he gets a good drive out, he will lead them into turn 4. There he is, number 2.
That was no nonsense, that, from Ramdan, wasn't it? For his Chirant Vishwanath in the white helmet. As, Ono then goes around Ramdan, and Sartak, who theoretically has a chance. It needed Ono to have a nightmare, but Ono has had one nightmare so far this season. He had a P14 in Mandalika, just picked up 2 points in race number 2 there.
We need to look out for Hazik Farouz. Importantly, everybody on board. We lost young South African Moratil Piri. Turn 3, first time around yesterday. He's still on board.
Yes, we do want the South African to have a good time here, and the Colombian as well. It's the number of nations who've been represented in this TVS One Make Asia. It's really been impressive as Sartak, an Indian who's improved in form and results throughout this season. But there is number 2, Ramdan. Just squeezes out Sartak and Hiroki Ono. So he's going to try and do this from the front, Barry Russell. Ramdan leads through Sartak, Hiroki Ono in P3. Luis Miguel and Hazik Farouz, the big 5, as we expected, all involved.
Yeah, Ramdan Rosley went off onto the green runoff there. But on the last lap, he'll have to drop a place.
No consequence just now. You used the word to describe Ramdan, indomitable, yesterday, and that's been it, because Hiroki Ono has been so convincing throughout his seasons in TVS One Make Asia that Ramdan has had to just be content with P2s and P3s and P4s, and each time he gets back on the bike and gives it his all the next time round.
Yeah, interestingly, he allowed himself just to drop back a little bit straight. Those 3 riders just behind our race leader, championship leader, and defending champion Hiroki Ono, to give him his full set of titles.
We first came across Hiroki Ono on the Asian Road Racing Championship over a decade ago. He went on to great things on the international scene. Now back leading the way here. Behind him, number 2, Ramdan Rosley, just sits in 1, 2, 3 in numbers. 1, 2, 3 in the championship.
Yeah, Ramdan allowed himself to drop back earlier on this lap, but then he saw Hiroki Ono opening up a gap, so he quickly got himself back up. Real track of Hiroki Ono.
Ramdan's issue is he needs others to come and join him. He needs to get some distance between him and Hiroki Ono. Yeah. But at the end of lap number 2, a quarter way through the race, looking good for the champion, Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, if Hiroki Ono finishes on the podium, and Ramdan wins, then Hiroki will have the championship.
Who is helping him out? Hazik Farouz is just in the background there. Luis Miguel, really enjoyed to see Luis Miguel and how he's improved. He's had 3 podiums in his last 4 races. He did have a win in Sepang, and he had a P3 in race number 1 of the season, did the number 8, the Spaniard, taking the long way round. And it is a group of 4, which number 4 will please Ramdan. It means mathematically he still has a chance.
Yeah, Luis Miguel repeats what he did yesterday by finishing 2nd. That will help, but he does need somebody else to get in between him and the Japanese champion.
What we've learned about Hiroki Ono, though, in the 2.5 seasons we've been following him on TVS Asia, he likes to do things himself. He doesn't like to leave things to chance. And here he is, he's leading the way. Yes, he's under pressure. Hazik Farouz has just attached himself to the back of that 4-man train at the front. 4 becomes 5.
It's good to see him A, back in this Asia Road Racing Championship, and B, getting to grips, getting up to speed on TVS Asia One Make.
A solid season domestically in Malaysia on the Cup circuit. And then Luis Miguel, blue helmet, just looks on the inside, trying to block off Ono. But Ono Once again, as he led through lap 2, leads through lap 3. But it's a slim advantage between 1 and 5. It is just half a second.
Now right there on the back of that group of 4. So he's in the fight as well. So is Luis Miguel. And as you said, Des, this is good news for Ramdan Rosley, because he needs all the help he can get.
Just to give a shout out to the group behind before we have to focus too much on this front 3. John Lopez is having a fine ride. The Colombian crashed out on lap 1 yesterday. He's got himself in P6 ahead of Chirant Vishwanath and Kanatat Jaiman. And Oratilwe Piri from South Africa is in P10 ahead of Kim Min Jae, which will be a good scalp to take. And Leandro Paredes, only Nixon Frost is struggling with the pace at the moment.
Oratilwe, he's made a good start, lapping in the mid-150s. Best lap so far from Luis Miguel, who looks full of mischief.
He does, doesn't he?
Race 2, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. There was a pit walk just before, and I just saw him. He was sitting quietly in a corner, just focusing on what he's got to do here. It's his own work. He can't get any better than 4th in the championship. There are the championship standings. Well, as it stands, 1 to 4. That was a little bit mischievous from the graphics operators there, because it's the first time that Hiroki has been in P4, and immediately the live championship standings come up and it says Ramdan Rosley could be champion if it stays like that.
Yep, Luis Miguel not the only one feeling a bit mischievous this afternoon.
Ramdan Rosley through halfway, leads the way, but Ono is tracking him. Bike number 1, more than tracking him, takes him on the long straight.
Slipstream again. Ramdan has a look round to see who's behind him.
I hope he's learned a little bit of Spanish to say, help me, Luis Miguel. I hope he's learned a little bit of Hindi to say to Sartak, help me.
Yeah, and let's not underestimate how much Sartak is likely to win this afternoon.
Oh, right there. Once again, drops down into P4. Oh no, it wasn't Hiroki, was it? It was it's Luis Miguel who went wide. Like number 8.
Miguel did that a few laps ago, making a very wide entry, looking for a drive out of the corner and onto that all-important straight, and that run down to turn 4. Go around turn 6 now.
A group of 5 at the front, a group of 5 immediately behind them. Kim Min Jae trying to get close to them. A good little battle between K.Y. Ahmed and Leandro Paredes as well. Good little scraps going all over the way. It's not just about the winners. Obviously, we focus on the front guys.
And further back, K.Y. Ahmed and Leandro Paredes, Filipino, battle for P12.
This is Ono, number 1. Sensational form last year. Runaway victor. It didn't go to the last race of the season last year. Ramdan Rosley is just edged out by Ono, who took a very, very tight line. That looked like a rehearsal, Barry.
It did. It looked like a bit of a rehearsal, or at least an observation there from Sartak Chavan as well, the number 3. I think he eased off just so he could watch the front 2 and how they tackled that turn.
Well, Ono's not been able to get away from any of these front 5, so there is jeopardy there for the defending champion.
Yeah, the light, lean Hiroki Ono. Good run up that straight. Really nicely through that turn without any interference from his rivals, and he gaps them on the way out.
Certainly did. There was a slingshot out there, and he's accelerated. It's a little brow of a hill and up and down over the brow, and that gives you a nice drive into turn 4. If you get the flow right here, you then go into the double left hand. And he's been able to maintain that gap. It's not a big gap, but it's you'd rather be in Hiroki Ono's position now than anybody else's.
Yeah, Ramdan now occupying that P4 spot. And that is Oratilwi, number 29. He's got a mechanical problem. So oh yes, an engine gone. South African frustrated there. No finish for him in his inaugural weekend in this championship.
Good to see he got off the track very early. No oil has been left, I hope. Just checking it's underneath us in the commentary position. Oh, Hiroki Ono has put in a scintillating lap just there.
Yeah, here comes Sartak once again. He was planning a good line through this turn. Now he can see Hiroki Ono getting away, and he's going to get after him.
The Ono lead is nearly a full second. He just posted a 1:49.9, the fastest lap, the only lap inside 150 by the defending champion. Catch me if you can.
Yeah, this looks like a plan being executed there by the defending champion and the championship leader. Look at that lead as they go into turn 3.
Hazik Fairuz is the man who's come through into P2. Again, he'd love to end the season strongly, Hazik. Season decimated by injury. Best result, 2 P5s in his last 2 races. And he's likely to match that at the very least here, provided he stays on the bike. But Hiroki Ono, now with 2.5 laps to go, is in a grand position.
Yeah, it's a good lead.
Oh!
And over goes Luis Miguel, and Hazik Fairuz too have gone down. Ooh. He went to the moon and back. So drama, and then there were 3.
So Luis Miguel is getting medical treatment. The bike is off the racing line, but that's great news for Hiroki Ono. Hazik Fairuz is off the bike as well. Oh,
and now there goes Sartak.
Wow. Three serious accidents.
Late drama, and yeah, they were really nasty falls.
The good news is all the riders, I believe, are getting up and being escorted away, but Hiroki Ono comes through on the final lap and with very little pressure on him. That's the Sartak Chaban bike. A really disappointing way for Sartak's season to end. And Chirant Vishwanath has a chance to come through.
And John Lopez has caught up there as well as the others slow down. This is the Sartak incident.
He's got Luis Miguel right behind him, and Sartak
right over the top. That's absolutely vicious high side.
Luckily,
well, that's good to see.
Yeah, he bounced away. The bike bounced away from him. And he's back on the bike, but that means it's a solo. It's almost a lap of honour for Hiroki Ono. Perhaps not the way that he wanted to win the championship, but Hiroki Ono has got a chance. Further down, this is John Lopez on bike number 28 getting involved. As we look at, we saw Chirant Vishwanath go wide and somebody else went wide. I'm just wondering if there was a little bit of oil left on the circuit.
Yeah, that was Rakshit, the Indian rider. He was hoping for a good race today. He's way back now, but as you said, Des, this is a bit of a lap of honour for Hiroki Ono.
Ono will come through. Just has to stay on the bike. This will be win number 7 of the season. Luis Miguel is going to frustrate Ramdan Rosley. And the Spaniard is going to get his best result. Well, since Sepang.
Yeah, he wanted to get clear, and he did. But here he comes now for the final time into turn 12.
The race is on for P2. Ramdan tries to get in there, but going over the line is your winner, Hiroki Ono. The defending champion looks after his crown. A little bit of nonsense going on behind with Ramdan and Luis Miguel. And behind them, a good result for John Lopez, who comes in P5 ahead of Rakshit. But your champion in a last lap that was really, really besmirched by those crashes belongs to Hiroki Ono.
Well, drama, but in the end, a 3.6 second victory margin for no longer the defending champion, but the 2025 champion. So he saw his lead halved yesterday, down to 10 points. And he shrugged that off, did the job that he needed to do. He got clear of the pack on the penultimate lap. And in the end, it was an especially good move because of the trouble that ensued behind him. So for the second year in succession, Hiroki Ono, 225 champion of the TVS Asia One-Leg Championship. It's almost as though they were expecting that.
16 wins in the 23 races that have taken place in seasons 2024 and 2025. I say 23 because we had one rained off in 2024. And yeah, a new champion number plate on there as well. And Hiroki Ono, only once this season has he been outside the top 4, and that was in Mandalika. He knows his way around the circuits. He has studied this bike and is a worthy champion. He's setting the targets for everybody else, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and the others have been chasing him a lot closer in 2025 than they did last year. But in the end, he made it look easy. Number 1, that's what it is. Marshall's here at Chang International, as ever, doing brilliant work. This time on social media. Hiroki Ono is going to enjoy this lap. Winning is everything to the 32-year-old Japanese rider. We're going to be treated to a long stand-up wheelie from turn 1. Oh no, we're not. Maybe he's going to do it later. Still adjusting the new number 1. Ramdan Rosley did come through to second, just 0.02 of a second ahead of Luis Miguel.
There was a bit of a contretemps between them as they crossed over the line.
Yeah, I didn't see what that was. Must have been some kind of contact. They crossed the line just about together. Perhaps it was elbows. And here it comes, the celebratory stand-up wheelie that will take him all the way down to turn 4. Ramdan in Park May. He's going to be disappointed. It's another P2 in the race, another P2 in the championship.
He was never outside the top 5 in all 12 races this season, Ramdan Rosley. He was on the podium in 9 of the 12 races. He was 4th in another 2. And yet he still has to give way to Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, well, he certainly kept the Japanese champion honest. As you said, Des, throughout the season he was always there. Unusually off the podium yesterday.
Final margin of victory, 15 points, which we'll confirm. I believe there has been an instance where Rakshith Sihari Dev has been dropped a position. So he drops from P6 to P7 behind Kim Min Jae. Behind Chirag Vishwanath.
So last sector for the last time in 2025. Marshall's appreciating what they've just witnessed from Hiroki Ono, a true champion's performance.
There's your wheelie. He's waiting for the cameras to be on him.
That's it, beautifully done.
I wouldn't take turn 12 with a wheelie.
Yeah, happily, he's coming into Park Fermé. Yeah, so as that mayhem was ensuing, Kanatat Jamin came through to P4. Finally a good result for the tie. Colombia's John Lopez.
Yeah, 5th place for John Lopez. The line today though for the champion as he put some rubber just on the pit lane. He wanted to make a statement. He was out very quickly and he made the break 3 laps from home. That put the pressure on the riders behind him. Atiq Farouz had a real tumble, as did Sartak Chavan. Sartak comes home battered and bruised, I feel, because that was a nasty high side that he had.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, they were giving it everything in their pursuit of Hiroki Ono.
Yes,
And tripped up in the process. Vicious crashes, though.
They were, both of them. And again, one was right under our commentary position. Delighted to see the Hazik Farus. I really worry when the riders don't move, and Hazik didn't move for a while. And then the medics got there and they quickly took him to the medical center.
Yeah, when you hit the ground from a great height, as he did, all the wind comes out of your body and you just need to count to 10, if you're lucky.
That's where those racing suits come in real handy.
Yeah, now Alpine Stars airbags to the rescue again.
In the Parc Fermé. Let's go down to speak to the winners down there. They're speaking to our intrepid reporter, Daniel Bogas.
So Luis, first of all, congratulations on a P3. It was an intense battle behind the leader and ultimately another podium for you. So how did this race go this time for you?
Well, I have a good start like yesterday. And well, I'm thinking like 3 riders for the championship battle. And yeah, I said, okay, wait. And when 5 laps to go, I start overtaking them. And well, finally in the last lap, 2 big cracks. And in the final lap, Random passed me. And well, 3rd position, I'm happy. And thanks for all.
Thanks very much, Luis. Congratulations. And in P2, we have Muhammad Ramdan Rosli. So Ramdan, it was a difficult one this time, and big battle behind Hiroki, and a few incidences as well. Can you tell us what happened in the battle behind with you?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thanks to TVS and also Twin Moto for this opportunity. Of course, in the race 2, I was target to win. I was waiting my strategy to attack on the second last lap, but unfortunately, Hazik hit me from the back of my bike and touch also my bike and mostly 60% of my bike, and I going wide. So I don't have any choice, and I try to recover again my position, and finally I finished 2nd, and I'm happy. And this is final result for me, so I cannot do anything. This is all. But in this, I try everything to win the championship. Of course, it's not easy, but I was not give up. I would like to thanks to all my sponsors, Fine Sport from Malaysia, and always for my family and my wife and my son from my home. And I'm always doing this the best for all my supporters. Thank you.
Fantastic season, Ramdan. Congratulations on P2. And the winner of race 2 here at the Chang International Circuit for the TVS Asia One-Make Championship, once again, for the 2nd time in a row, Hiroki Ono is the champion of the TVS Asia One-Make. Hiroki, you were in control of that race. The second you ran away, you had the gap. So tell me, how was it when you started realizing that you were pulling away from the group?
Yeah, now I'm very, very happy this first race. Yeah, yesterday race 1 was, I finished the P4. Yeah, this is no good. But I changed the mentality from yesterday. But today, compared to yesterday, I'm very relaxed. Then I focus just my riding style, and my target is only victory. Yeah, finally I get a good advantage. Yeah, anyway, perfect race. Yeah, thanks. I want to say thank you to Hoyles and the TVS staff and all Japanese sponsors and Japanese fans. Thank you, arigato.
Hiroki, you're the champion once again. So tell me, 2025, was it tougher than 2024?
Yeah, this season very tough because other rider coming high level. But yeah, I'm enjoying a lot this season. Yeah, finally I get a series title. Also last year. Now I get a V2. Yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Congratulations.
Confirmation of the result for Hiroki Ono. As I say, it's his 7th win in 12 races this season, a convincing 3.6 seconds clear of Ramdan Rosli, who was had the problem of being hit from behind by Hazik Ferus and did really well to stay on the bike, actually. Ramdan in P2 and P2 in the championship as well. Luis Miguel, a really good season for Luis Miguel and a podium is a fine result for him to end the campaign. Kanatat Jaiman, as Barry said, it's about time that the Thai got himself up in the near the podium. P4 for him. And John Lopez in his first weekend. Good news for the Colombian in P5. Rakshith was actually dropped a place in P6. Chirant Vishwanath in 7. 8 was Kim Min Jae. KY Ahmad in 9. Leandro Paredes, end of a long season for him, just edged out by KY Ahmad. He's in 10th. Nixon Frost would finish 11th. Oh, Sartak Chavan does pick up points. End of a good season for Sartak Chavan. Hazik, hopefully okay, and Litway did not complete. Highlights of race 2 of the weekend, the final race of the season, race 12 of the season. Hiroki Ono on bike number 1. Just needed to make sure he wasn't too far behind number 2, Ramdan Rosley, and the title would be his by Russell. But on 1 or 2 occasions, Barry, it did look a little bit iffy in the early stages.
It was a really bright start from Sartak Chavan and from Ramdan Rosley, who on the first time around, as we remember, made up 4 places and got off in pursuit of Hiroki Ono, as we often see, as we always see indeed.
The mathematics were, if Hiroki Ono was in the top 3, he would win the championship. Ramdan, in bike number 2, needed to win and have Hiroki down in 4th or worse. And at one stage, that was the actual scenario, but then Ono, whenever there was a problem, he'd just accelerate into the gap. We're just approaching midpoint here, and it was just after the midway point that Ono made his move. With 3 laps to go, he decides that after we see the end of Litway, it's up on the South African. I think it's on this lap that Ono would make his move.
Yeah, it was on the penultimate lap. He got away, and in their pursuit and their desperation to get after him, there was a tangle there. Okay.
It was Hazik Farouz who went down.
Going into the back, into the back of Ramdan Rosley. Came off by far the worst. And what from a great height, unfortunately for him. And then there was the high side going into turn 9 from Sartak Chavan. But he was quickly up and sensibly got back on his bike and picked up some points.
That just opened the door for Hiroki Ono to go through. Behind them, a real battle for P4, 5 and 6. But Hiroki Ono would go through into P1. And if you win 7 races out of 12 in a season, you thoroughly deserve to be champion. Behind him, Luis Miguel had just got ahead of Ramdan Rosley. And just have a look when they cross the line if we see them. There's a little bit of elbows flying. Ramdan would come through in P2, but Hiroki Ono comes through in P1. 3.5 seconds clear of everybody. And as he goes through, this is the battle for P2, Barry. Have a look at this.
Yeah, let's just see. They come close together. No contact there.
Checkered flag for Hiroki.
Oh, okay. So just trying to push to the infield there. So just elbows, almost like a friendly nudge.
But there is your champion, as the podium sees Luis Miguel on the podium for the 3rd time in a row, for the 4th time in 5 races, Luis Miguel.
Yeah, serious looking Spaniard, isn't he?
Ramdan Rosley's 4th P2 in the season. Frustrating for him, and your winner, Hiroki Ono. He's a brilliant champion, but the others have given their all. Ramdan was ill yesterday. Fine performance from him yesterday. Has to come 2nd best today. National anthem of Japan. A solemn observance of Kimi Gayo, the national anthem of Japan, by the defending champion and the new champion, Hiroki Ono. Prizes today for third place. This is Tawache Nusin, the race technician for Olins Asia Limited, to Luis Miguel. Second prize will be Chao Chan Chokchiwat, a popular technical consultant for TVS Asia. They do a lot of work behind the scenes. They have a lot of bikes to look after. And even though it's mainly nice, one or two egos to deal with, I'm sure, on the TVS camp.
Doubtless.
And this is Carter Kine, the senior technician of TVS Racing. They've been part of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship for 3 seasons now. And that prize goes to Hiroki Ono. We have a double presentation each time today.
Oh, no.
This is for the race. Nothing like winning.
Especially if you're Hiroki Ono. He can't bear anything else.
Okay, here are the standings. Ono wins the title by 15 points from Randan Rosley. Sartak Chavan hits 200 points. Well done to Sartak. Luis Miguel on 168 in 4th. Chiron Trichanath also in 3 figures, 113 points for him. Hunter Corney, an absentee here, collected 79 points in his season, but that's very encouraging for Hunter. And Leandro Paredes from Philippines, 67. Rendi, also an absentee here, on 63 points. All just about set. Red lights are on. We are ready to go.
Hiroki Ono going right up the inside to make sure there's no one that can try and get up the inside and out break him into turn 3. But the man that's made a break at the front is the reigning champion, Hiroki Ono.
Off to a flyer. Hiroki Ono has gone.
So it's Hiroki Ono takes the win.
This is where Ono makes his move. Very close is the moment of truth. The 2 last straights. Ono slightly tighter. Going round the outside is Luis Miguel. Ono has lost it, gone so wide. Ono has the lead from Ramdan Rosley, and the lead is a gargantuan 3.2 seconds. Hiroki Ono is right. Ono has taken the win. 1/100th of a second. Your champion about to be reintroduced back out onto the stage. This time he'll have it to himself. He won 6 of the last 8 races. He only won 1 of the first 4. But that's not bad form to take into to a title, Barry Russell.
That's a very good run rate indeed. Let's see what happens next year.
The presentation being handed out by the general manager of TVS Racing, Mr. B. Selvaraj. Again, it is good to have TVS as this one make kind of the hors d'oeuvre to what goes on every afternoon. It's one of 5 competitive races, and you can't ask for more than this to go down to the penultimate lap of the last race of the season before we really knew who the champion was going to be this season.
Yeah, we get top entertainment in every one of these TVS races. We get riders coming literally from all over the world. South America, Europe, UK, this time South Africa. So that's it, it's official.
Okay. We move on next to the Underbone 150cc Championships. You'll enjoy this. If you haven't seen Underbone, you want to watch for the next half hour or so. If you have seen Underbone, you'll want to look out particularly for turn 12 when we come into the final standings. This is the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. Underbone 150cc, race number 2.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
A very warm welcome back to Buriram. We are in the east of Thailand at the Chang International Circuit. There is the city of Buriram, which has become something of a sporting place to be seen. Football and motor racing really putting this part of Thailand on the sporting map. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill describing the action of the final round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Conditions just about perfect. Humidity not too oppressive. Sun 31 degrees is very, very pleasant, and a little bit of wind just to take the edge off, Barry.
Yeah, you feel the heat in the sun, but in the shade, it really feels quite pleasant. And this is, we're going for race 1 recap, hopefully.
Yeah, this is the Underbone 150cc yesterday, where the championship is already decided. Husni Zainal has got himself the champion, but Dimas, Julie, Apmoko have been very, very quick. There is your defending champion. But as always with Underbone, it is chaotic. 27 started this, and there are so many changes of lead. We must do an analysis one day to find out how many lead changes there are in a given season of ARRC in Underbone.
Yeah, I think we need to wait for generative AI to step up a little bit before we can do that. So Dimas Julie, who took pole position, quick all the way through this weekend. All to go his way.
In the race tech suit, easy to pick out, glad to say. It's a real kaleidoscope of colour, the Underbone 150cc, as they go into the shade under the grandstand. The Buriram gets a little bit congested. We had Uma Racing sliding out.
Yeah, fortunate there for Adib.
Left just 26, but it's so congested. There are elbows flying, and look at the amount of movement that the riders got to go. Masato Fernando, the number 17, he would have a very important role in this race, but not in a positive way.
No, he always grabs the attention, doesn't he, throughout the race. But at the end, he grabbed it for the wrong reason. This is about half race distance.
This is good, Fernando, at the moment. He was in the leading group, but you go slightly wide and immediately you're overtaken by 6 or 7, sometimes more. But that was just an indication of how tight that corner number 12 is. Aditya Fauzi, 177, trying to get through. John Emerson and Guito, as the Filipinos had a good day at the office on this final round of the season.
Yeah, he was looking really strong, so is Afif Amran. Featuring at the front all the way through as well.
But we know that Underbone will always go down to the final corner. And that's exactly what happened here. Already, Husni Zainal Fauzi is the defending champion. He's had a remarkable season. He would go on to win this race, but we've watched this multiple times. We still don't know how he won this race, Barry.
He's currently 5th or 6th in our shot here, alongside Imperial Nui Peng, who looked a potential top finisher. But if you look at, it was Masato Fernando who went down. He took out the rider inside of him. Imperial just picked his way through the debris to come through and finish. Disappointing 15.
Husni Zainal taking the victory. Again, I've looked at that multiple times. Still no idea how he's won it. It's 27 start. Husni Zainal wins. That seems to be the story of this season in Underbone 150cc.
Even when he's not close to the front, he's lucky. That is champion stuff.
Here are the standings, though. There are still prizes to be won, particularly that for P2. Outgoing champion Fahmi Bassam on the Yamaha LFM. He's got a lead, 144 points over Ahmed Afif Amran and Dimas Juliat Moko, who's had a really good weekend, apart from that last corner crash, which cost him points. He would like to overtake Ahmed Afif Amran for P3. I think that's really all the jeopardy that we've got for the top parts. But Fahmi Bassam, outgoing defending champion, he's had a season to be proud of. And it's just the brilliance of Husni Zainal that's cost him this title.
Yeah, it is. It's been a really good season for Fahmi. He can hold his head up high. Nobody was expecting the gravity-defying performances of Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zia LFN.
Okay, we're just getting onto the grid. We'll get some pre-race thoughts in a moment. Daniel Bogas is down there, but the riders are just on their outlap at the moment.
I noticed there's the wind picking up a little bit. It blows down from, if you look at turn 3 at the top of the picture there, down towards turn 4. I noticed on the TVS Podium, the flags were blowing pretty stiffly. That wind.
It is very flat, this part of the world, and so if the wind does come in, it can swoop. And certainly in qualifying and in practice, there were a lot of incidents going into turn 8 that caused several riders to overshoot the corner. In fact, several riders took a bath in the dirt.
Yeah, and of course on these very light motorbikes, the Underbone 150s, they really will feel it. Pushing them down that straight, wind at their back, down the long straight from turn 3 to turn 4. That can make it difficult to turn into turn 4, the left-hander, and then they feel it again when they get down to turn 7.
Shout out to our sponsor, as always. There are many sponsors, but Idemitsu have been very much part of the world of Asia Road Racing Championships over the last decade or so. And motorsport, it's great. It is all about the athletes, but the support from behind, so important. We mentioned the racing suits earlier on and how important the support is of that, and Indian Oil with the oil provision, Dunlop with the tyres.
Yes, indeed. KYT helmets too.
It is one big ecosystem as our drone has a look over this glorious grandstand. You get a wonderful view right from the very top. We're just to the top left hand of that shot. We were about to give you a little wave, but we didn't want to ruin the television broadcast.
Yeah, literally right under the roof at the top of the grandstand. Fantastic position. View of the whole circuit.
All calmness down on the grid at the moment. Dimas Juliat Moko just to the right.
Yeah, the shade there coming across, which means that pole position is a good place to be. Let's go to Daniel on the grid.
So down here on the grid, so we just got word from Sal that the track temps are looking very similar to yesterday, despite it feeling quite a lot warmer than it was yesterday. But nevertheless, let's have a chat with some of the riders on the grid. So right now we're going to go to the front row. We're going to talk to a fast rider who's riding for Pittsburgh GRT, super fast. And as always, it's Afif Amran who's been looking very, very threatening for the podium positions, but sometimes just didn't get that finishing touch. So Afif, again, as always, you qualify well, and it's always a good pace, but sometimes it's always difficult on the bones. What are you going to do differently in race 2?
I don't know what to say, but today I try to do my best. I have to chance get to top 3 abroad, so we looking forward for the race 2.
Thanks so much, Afif. Good luck for this one. And we're going to head down a couple of rows. We're going to talk to another popular figure on the Underbone grid. However, yesterday, so we're going to look for April King Moscato right now, but yesterday for April, it was a bit of a tricky one. He had a few struggles this week, so let's see what April has to say about it and see whether or not he can turn his fortunes around. So April, this week's been a bit of a difficult one, of issues here and there, but overall, you're always looking confident. So can you tell us what's the struggle this week?
Yun nga, medyo nagka-aberya kami ng konti, and pero ginawa namin yung best namin at yung mga mekaniko namin, ginawa nila yung best nila. Tsaka ganoon talaga yung karera. Kaya kahapon nung race 1, medyo naswerte tayo kasi naging tip tayo. But ngayon race 2, gagawin natin yung best natin para makakuha yung panalo at makauwi tayo ng panalo.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. He can cope with the Bahasa, he can cope with a little bit of Japanese and a little bit of Thai, but I think Tagalog is beyond the language capabilities of Daniel. But we're just getting the impression there that the Filipinos have had a really good time in qualification. Wasn't so phenomenal in terms of where they finished in the race yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of that was due to the last corner.
Yes.
Chaos.
And that was Filipino induced as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they featured everywhere. Big Filipino influence on the race yesterday.
Dimas Julie, though, very, very good. A win double that he had in Mandalika and has been very, very quick here.
Yeah, if he were to run next season, he would be many people's favourite for the championship, I think, Dimas Julie. John Emerson Gito has a quiet moment.
Hamad Afif Amram. It's a good question by Daniel. I thought Hamad Afif does so often seem to be in the right place, but 3 DNFs this season, including, well, he actually picked up a point yesterday, so he got up off the bike. So a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, also unfortunate was that rider, Pirapong Peng, who just managed to stay up but had to slow to a standstill. And there is the outgoing champion, as you said, Des Fahmi Bassam, with a terrific record.
Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4 second places and 2 thirds, and you're still not champion. Aki Daziz, part of that strong pits bike team. Great colours, gotta say. I do like that sky blue and gold. Tiger gold and black.
Tiger gold, yes indeed. Well done, Des. We've got a new colour. And there's the number 23 of the ever-threatening Gubita Krishna, a veteran now, big hero back home in Indonesia. And race winner indeed here in race 1 at the start of the season.
I think they're D-Mob happy. Gupita can't win the title. He's not in a chance of a top 3 place. Fadli Regani, well, a replacement rider yesterday, came through in P2.
Fantastic job for him replacing Darwisi. And number 61 is Charles Shazras.
So there is Charles Shazras. Again, that's a respectable season, but I know he's better than that. 1 pole position, 1 start in the front row, so he is capable. Here's Fernando Mazzato, who was responsible for the major crash yesterday, coming into the final turn. It's so difficult. He's trying to get in a really, really tight line, but he gets it wrong and it causes chaos as a consequence.
Yeah, that's right. So he's emerged from the naughty corner.
But he's a great competitor. There's Fernando, and very highly respected in the Philippines. We seem to be talking about the Philippines an awful lot. Yeah, and 143.
Yeah, seems like an age ago that he became champion. Leslie Zainal Fauzi, it was actually in race 2 at Sepang in round 5, which was 2 months or so ago.
He won 5 of the first 6 races. He was only off the podium once in the first 9 races. He had an 8th to secure the title at Sepang, and that's why he wears the number 1, even though he's number 143.
Yeah, fantastic season. Will we ever see the likes of it again?
It was astonishing, and I think yesterday just proved that this is his year.
Yeah, it did, because he did need a little luck there.
SCK Honda, Admiral Arif Musa, one of many very capable Malaysian riders who compete on the Capri circuit.
Yeah, also disadvantaged by the last corner shenanigans yesterday, ended up outside the points.
You had circuit management and management of TW Motor Racing, who are the organisers of the Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the 28th season. We had a couple of years off, of course, for the dreaded COVID. But we've been going on the ARRC since 1996. It has grown. It's been very consistent over the last 5 years. And another really consistent thing is that the Underbone invariably causes immense excitement on the last corner of whatever race is taking place.
Yeah, when you go overseas or you talk to people from other countries outside of Asia, when you mention Asia Road Racing Championship, they mention Underbones. If you haven't seen it before, on the off chance you haven't, you're about to find out why.
It's not quite a guttural roar, the Underbones, but it's still a very welcome sound.
It's a kind of a bark, I think.
We'll have the warm-up lap and we'll give you a chance to just familiarise yourself with the names and the numbers to look out for. The ones I think we're really looking out for, Dimas Juliet Moko, who will be on the front row of the grid to see if he can end a really good week. Dimas Juliet Moko, Race Tech 60 in P1. John Emerson Ngito for Yamaha Racing Team on the Sniper on P2, ahead of Ahmad Afif Amran for Pitspike on the Yamaha in P3.
Yeah, very distinguished row 2. Pirapong Lubumpeng for Team 1 for All. Yamaha LFN's Farming Basam starts 5th, and on the inside of row 2, Akid Aziz for Pitspike Superfast.
Two former champions on row 2. On row 3, former champion as well in Gupita Krishna Wardena on the Zir LFN, the teammate of the champion this year. Fadli Regani, the replacement rider, looking to repeat his podium from yesterday. And Charles Shadras Yuzi on a Streamo Yuzi Asia team. Delighted to see he's recovered from a crash he had in Capri a couple of months ago. He's back fifth place.
Yeah, we just heard from King Moscado for UMA Philippines. He starts 10th, and the champion on row 4 is Nazrul Izzat, 2023 champion. Teammate for UMA Racing, Arif Arshad, outside of him.
Row 5 has Akil Danish Zaimand Hadi from Streamo Honda. He's one of the Malaysian competitors. The champion, Husni Zainal Fati, he won from P14, hadn't quite clocked that yesterday for the Zir LFN team, and alongside him, Admiral Arif Musa for the SCK Honda Racing Team.
Riding injured this weekend is Waiwaji Trilaksana. He's on row 6. Next to him, the returning to ARRC is at Zaidi, and Aditya Fauzi for JPNW SND. He starts down in 18th.
The naughty step for Masato Fernando for Kobe Sek Yamaha Racing Team, but a highly accomplished racer alongside Hafiz Farrell Rasyadin for the Evo Yamaha Racing Team in P20. Ahmed Fazrul Sham, at some stage in this race he will lead. He's in P21.
As he did yesterday. NJ Sobratodo starts 22nd. Kiki Suderman for JPNW SND starts 23rd. And the quicker of the two Vosges AS25 machines, Afizi Supat, starts 24th.
Yeah, those Vosges machines are getting better as the season goes on. Tenku Amral Hafarudin is on the second of the Vosges machines. Mohamed Fabrienza way down, but got up into the top 2 places at one stage yesterday for Team 1 for All. And he's alongside Tim Rojas, who picked up points on his debut in the ARRC. The Filipino is last on the grid, but first can be last and last can be first in this particular sport.
Yeah, in this category, probably uniquely. And by the way, Aditya Fauzi came through from a P18 start to the podium yesterday. So, some incredible performances all the way through. As they bark, rumble and splutter their way, 27 bikes onto this Underbone 150 grid.
This is the only race where there is no real jeopardy, so just enjoy the competitiveness and the noise. And that corner at the far end, I guarantee, once we come into the final corner of the final lap, there will be chaos.
There will. Let's hope everybody gets round it, but they probably won't.
Yes. 8 laps of the circuit. The flags are blowing just a little bit, so it could be a little bit awkward, but final round of the season, Chang International Circuit. The buzzing is on. There's a wheelie on the second row from John Emerson Ngito, but the Filipino off to a healthy start. Best start of all, Amadafi Famran on the pit bike.
Good launch as well from Pirapong, starting from the second row. He moves up into P3 at the moment anyway. John Emerson Ngito once again in the mix at the start of this race.
Everybody away safely. Sometimes in such a packed grid, a slow start can cause all kinds of problems.
It's the cheeky Pirapong trying to lead into turn 3. Not quite making it, but good drive out of that turn.
There's the lone tie in this group. So we always keep a kind of a fatherly eye on him, just to make sure he's not lonely up there.
Yeah, I tell you who did make a really good start from row 4 was Nazir Israel. Sorry, Nazirul Izzat.
Former champion. He's in the purple, just on the inside as the drone gives us a lovely shot coming round turn 4. Oh, I like that one. It shows the curve in the middle of this. This is the technical part. We're into sector 2 of the 3 sectors, and then they go up out towards the hotels.
Yeah, they're coming up to turn 8 now.
This was where we had a number of problems with the gusting wind on Friday. Looks like they've all adjusted to it now, and everybody's safely coming through. And then this little kink takes us towards the notorious turn 12.
Yeah. Givita Krishna takes his turn at the front, flanked by Dimas Juliet Moko and Fahmi Bassam.
222, Fahmi Bassam is the man who turns in first. Behind them, everybody safely through. Nicely negotiated. Leading the way is Fahmi Bassam from Dimas Juliet, Husni Zandal Fauzi. It would be appropriate in this season where he's been so phenomenal if number 143 Husni would get another victory.
Is that who has had no luck at all this season, and a lot of mechanical problems and injuries caused by those mechanical problems. It's as though he's got a better motor in that Yamaha today. Got away very well, as I said earlier, and now very much towards the front of that huge group.
Nazrul Izzat started the season well. He had 2 P5s and a podium in Sepang, and then a disastrous Motegi where he didn't finish on 2 occasions, hardly picked up a point back in the points yesterday. There's Masato Fernando. Can't keep that boy out the news, can
you? If I was a sponsor in the Philippines, I would definitely be all over him.
Very accomplished racer. There he is, just popping himself into P2. Everybody safely through, and it is just one big, it's a swarm of motorbikes, a swarm of underbones. Right the way down, 1 through 27, all within, well, less than a second and a half of each other.
Pirapong Peng for Team One for All. He moves up into the lead.
8 laps of the circuit. Bike number 17's got himself a ride-through penalty. That's Masato Fernando. That's for yesterday's shenanigans. I wonder when he'll take that. It's not a long lap penalty, it's a ride-through penalty, just to indicate the severity. And Masato Fernando has decided that this is the lap he's going to take it. So he's on the outside. Masato will have the purgatory of having to go through the pit lane as we come through the end of 2. There is Masato. And there is the rest of the swarm with Amadafi Famran 50, just overtaken by 23 Gupita Krishna.
Yeah, no surprise to see Famran moving his way towards the front, where he was nearly all the way through yesterday, as was Pirapong, the number 24 on the left.
I think it's something you can say about everybody at some stage. Well, Fernando comes out having served his penance.
That would have been an agonisingly slow drive through pit lane.
We introduced long laps this year on ARRC, and it did make a difference. It's not as devastating as the ride through, but the transgression of Masato yesterday deserved the ride through. No complaints there with race control. Not that there ever are. Podium yesterday as a replacement rider. They do unearth some gems to Indonesia.
Yeah, LFN as well. Just an amazing pool of talent they seem to have at their disposal. Every time they bring somebody new in, they go brilliantly. Let's remember that they brought Murabul Batoni from Underbones up into 250s. He was absolutely sensational this year. More of which later.
Rami Bassan just tries to edge his way through, but there's the aggression. Everybody away. Masato Fernando is at the tail end of that group. In fact, he's way behind that group. But Pirapong trying to pull away, which is unlikely. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, he rode a similar race yesterday. As we said, it was only the last corner crash that his to come to a standstill.
There's Juliet Moko in the lime green. It is a buzz as they come underneath the commentary position that we have high up in the main stand. And still Pirapong leads the way. This is half a lap or more with the same leader, but was that just a little sign that he had a problem?
Yeah, Fadi Regani's there. Nazrul is still there, the number 87 for Uma Racing.
Multiple different lines as they go down that long straight, but just has that little kink in it to take us down to turn 3, the long hairpin. 63 is Amrul Arif Musa, leads the way. He's got the black suit on, which in this heat won't be helpful. 177, Aditya Fauzi. As you say, came from P18 on the grid to pick up a podium yesterday. There is Aditya 5th in the championship standings at the moment.
Yeah, and right in the middle of that group contesting the lead.
Dimas Julie. For somebody who's had such a great practice session and great qualifying, you really hope for Dimas Julie that all that work doesn't go to waste when it comes to the races itself. He's leading the way at the moment as we approach halfway. Easy to pick out.
Yep, April King talking about Filipinos a lot in this category this weekend. He comes up towards the front of that group.
Number 43, April King Moscado.
Williamson up there as well. 25 before S1N.
11, Ahmed Fazl Sham. At some stage he will lead, it's just in his DNA. It's Ahmed Afif Amran who is going to be leading as we come through the halfway stage. 4.5 kilometers just over is the circuit of Buriram, the Chang International Circuit. Midway through, Aditya Fauzi hunkers down, tries to get a little bit of a help as they come through, but it's Dimas Juliet Moko who just nearly edges into the man behind him.
Bose coming in. Tenku.
Yeah, Tenku is 73.
Or engine gone. Oh, it's all about the Boses now.
Oh, that's a strange one. Vosges are still just working on consistency. This first season for them. They've not been competitive, but the idea is to accumulate data and make yourself competitive as a privateer team. As Aditya Fauzi goes wide, Dimas Juliet Moko right in the middle, 202. Two pit spikes come alongside him, the two Malaysians. Akid Aziz, a former champion, Akid.
Staying there all the way through as he did yesterday.
As they go through turn 4. A At the end of the previous lap, less than 1 second separated 1 from 23. It's gone out a little bit now, but it's 1 second separating the first 12 now. April King Moscato just outside that first 12.
It's Bikes. Kid also coming up. Husney there somewhere in the middle.
I was just going to say, Husney Zainal at some stage will make a move. Bike 143. It would be appropriate in a season that he has dominated. He started with a win here in Buriram. It seemed kind of appropriate if he was to end with a win in Buriram. But as they come through with 3 laps to go, Dimas Julie from Akid and Fadi Regani there, Pitapong and Charles Shazras. Where is Husney? He's in 8th at the moment. Just at the tail end of that main leading group. That's the second separating 1 from 12.
This is impressive work as well from Adichie Fauzi on the JPNW SND Honda. Consistently the quickest Honda in this Underbone field for 2025, jumping as he did from a Racetech 60 Yamaha in 2024. There goes Fahmi Bassam through to the front. Got Akil Danish trying to go with him.
We've got so much sympathy for Fahmi Bassam. Hardly off the podium all season, and yet couldn't defend his title. Yesterday summed it up in that leading group, and he was taken out in that last corner carnage. It's Dimas Juliet Moko who'll be doing his best to avoid a similar fate. 2-2-2, Fahmi Bassam just behind him in 3, then the pit bike of Akid. Concentration, the key.
Akil Danish, the number 41 there, finding his confidence. Let's go towards the front.
Replacement rider as well.
Plucked out of the talent pool by LFN.
Okay, Pitapong Loboimpeng for the second time has tried to just generate a little bit of distance, but the peloton behind him just closes in on him. Nonetheless, Pitapong will come into the final corner, just swamped Dimas Julie. Took a really good line, and Dimas Julie is going to be leading the way. 2 laps to go. Down to Nazrul Izzat, Fadli Regani. Fadli was in P3 3 corners ago. He's in P15 now.
Yeah, the key players will try to settle themselves into a good position, meaning in the top 6. Is that the cheeky Fazrul Sham? I can see edging his way towards the front. It's like your cheeky uncle. Oh, that's disappointing for April King. Mechanical for him, takes him out. So the season is done.
Frustration, as you say, P11 in the championship standings, no podiums all year. He is better racer than those records would suggest. But then again, you just look how competitive it is there. How do you sort yourself out? That makes the Husney Zainal Fauzi performance this year even the more remarkable.
Talking about the best of the runners getting themselves into position before the final lap. Nazrul Izzat is coming through there.
87, Nazrul Izzat, 2023 champion. Dimas Julie, to his credit, has been in that front little group for quite a while. There was 87, as you called it. Saw that early. Sitting up high on the bike. Just a couple of rounds after a very good start to the season. Nazrul Izzat, we thought he was going to be competitive once again. But Dimas Julie just trying to put a good finish onto a really good weekend, but he's just overtaken coming into this final corner and will be squeezed out, I think, Dimas Julie. Turns in, he'll come through. Well, in P6, he was leading on turn 10. He's in P6 as they come through. the final.
You're right, Des, I did call Natural early. He crossed the line in 13th.
That's how tight it is. 1 to 15, less than a second. Ahmed Famram also in that group. Look out for pit spike. Adib Arsyad. Well, he performed well until he crashed out yesterday. Adib. And there is Ahmed Fazrul Sham, bike number 11. Are we going to get the regulation of him taking the lead? No, we're not.
Suddenly found himself near the front. Number 22.
25, John Msengito, another of the Filipinos. He's the man who's leading the way. Is he able to hold on down that long back straight though? Through turn 4, into 5 and 6. The answer for Emerson Ngito was no. Still plenty in contention. So this is where they've got to sort themselves out over the next 3 or 4 corners to get themselves in a position to attack. I keep saying you don't want to be leading coming into the final turn 12.
Yeah, watch out for Husney.
Yes, yeah, look out for 143.
He's right in the middle of the picture there. Little devil.
Right, coming towards the final straight and the jockeying for position through the final corner.
It is Pirapong at the front now on the plunge down to turn 12.
Bike number 24 holding on the way, 23 behind is Gupita Krishna. Piraponglu Boinpeng, he was leading. Is he able to hold on? Everybody gets around and Piraponglu Boinpeng holds on for the win. Team One for All and Team Thailand, they enjoyed that moment, Barry Russell.
Yeah, delighted for Team One for All. They give it everything. Safety issues of jubilant team members trying to join the track, but that will mean the world to Team One for All. It'll mean the world to Pirapong Boinpeng, who has been without a podium for 2 seasons. Absolutely wonderful stuff.
There is your champion though, the Zia team. Husni Zainal Fauzi, we've known that even before we came here.
Yeah, and they've got another podium today, courtesy of Gupita Krishna. Graciously leads Husni to the celebration. So there will be 2 podiums for this class today. Time for a cup of tea.
I think they've thought this one out before. They've spent far too much time planning this. There is the champion. Husni Zainal Fauzi puts on the champion's helmet.
Going to be honoured by Gupita Krishna, who's just finished 3rd.
Well, this is quite remarkable celebration.
Look at that. Former champion himself, Gupita Krishna, on 2 occasions. Big hug for his teammate, Husni Zainal Fauzi. Heartwarming stuff.
Here's the finish though. Pirapong, for once the man who was leading coming into the final corner, held on to the lead. He just had enough, was able to hold on. John Emerson Ngito, he enjoys his P2 as well.
Yeah, great to see John on the podium as well.
There's only 7/100ths of a second between P1 and P2. Gupita Krishna 3, Afi Vanram 4. Husni Zainal comes through in P5. For him, a comparative nightmare performance. But what a season for Husni.
Yeah, absolutely. And then another good performance from Aditya Fauzi on the JPN WSND Honda. Yet again, best Honda finisher. 7/10 behind our winner. Home winner for Thailand.
I know. Barry Russell lives in Thailand, lives in Bangkok, and always edges towards the Thai racers because you know them so well. And I know you've spent a little bit of time with Pirapong. You're often talking to him in the pits. And there was a little extra smile, a little extra glint in the eye when he won that one from you, Barry.
Yeah, it was. And I'm a big fan of Team One for All, I have to say. They're a team that give it everything. They're not the richest in resources, but they've run Pierrepont for many seasons now in Underbones. He's got some good results for them. They're fielding riders from 5 different countries this weekend. Hugs there from team boss Meg-san. I assume she's the boss. Yuichi Wee now hugging him, former 125 GP legend. Really puts everything he's got into this team. And this is a just reward. Well, talking about just rewards, what a record we've seen here. We will never forget this.
Certainly not the start of the season that he had. Just phenomenal. 5 wins in the first 6 races. Not for Pierrepont. For Pierrepont, yeah, he'll enjoy this moment.
Now being assisted than none other than the circuit director to put on his flag.
Confirmation of the result. He's only 700th clear of John Emerson and Guito. Really good performance by John Emerson and Guito. As we said, the Filipinos coming good this weekend. 3rd place, Gupita Krishna Wardona on the Zir LFN. 4th place, Amadafi Famram on the pit spike. Again, just off the podium. Husni Zainal Fauzi's champion season ends with 11 points in P5 for Zir LFM. Aditya Fauzi on bike 177 for SND Factory Racing in P6. Charles Shazras again competitive for Extremo UZ in P8 was Dimas Juliet Moko. 9 Hafiz Faril Rashiadin, 10 Amrul Arif Musa for SCK Honda Racing. Akid Aziz on the 2nd of the pit spike Superfast JRT team in P11. Fahmi Bassam, outgoing champion, 222, finishes in 12th. Najul Izzat, 23 champion, finishes in 13th for Uma Racing Yamaha. Mohammed Febrianta from P27 picks up a couple of points for Team One for All. Ahmed Fajrul Sham in 15th. Out of the points, Akil Danish for UZ Asia team. Out of the points, Ian J. Sobretodo for Yuma Yamaha Philippines. Izzat Zaidi, but it's great to see him back racing for Cardinals. Adib Arsyad again coming into form. Kiki Sudaman in P20 for SND Factory Racing. 21, Fadli Regani, not as effective as yesterday. Wayu Ajitrilaxana for Racetech, despite injury in 22. Masato Fernando finishing in 23. He had that ride-through penalty. April King Moscado did not finish. Neither did Tenku Amaral. Neither of the Vosges finished. And Tim Rojas, who picked up points yesterday, was another who didn't complete the race.
Just looking at the timing screen here, Des. Finishing 22nd was the injured Wayuaji Trilaxana, who's been valiant this weekend. He was only 2.5 seconds behind the winner.
It is incredible how tight it is. Just incredible. Between 1 and 7, less than a second. Dimas Juliet Moko. I feel for Dimas Juli. He was so impressive throughout the week. To only pick up a single 8 points is a little bit frustrating. Okay, we can get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogas is down in the Parc Fermé.
Gupita, big battle as always in Underbone 150. Great celebration at the end with Husni. And also, now another podium in Chang for you. So is Chang now one of your favorite circuits?
Ya, di race 2 ini saya mendapatkan podium ketiga. Dan sekarang ini sirkuit Chang Buriram ini sangat jadi favorit saya. Tapi saya akan mengucapkan kepada Alfi Husni sudah champion overall di tahun 2025 ini. Dan saya terima kasih kepada tim JR Eleven Destruk 55 sudah mengantarkan saya sampai akhir seri ini di tahun 2025 ini. Mudah-mudahan di tahun besok saya masih ada kesempatan lagi main di Asia Road Racing Championship ini.
So he's saying congratulations Husni for the championship. It's saying big thanks to Zero HP 969 of our RBT team. And he's hoping that after all the efforts this year, that next year will be even better. So congratulations, Gupita. And in P2, we have none other than John Emerson and Guito finally completing the podium for race 2, and they're still celebrating. It's a big party right here in Parc Fermé now. There's a quick chat with John. So John, huge battles on number 150, but big celebrations all around. Everyone's happy. Tell us how crazy was this race for you?
It was a very intense race, and every time I pray for the comeback, for the podium, and thank you so much for my Forest Man and family, to my crew, to my chief mechanic, for not giving up for this race until I come back at the podium. Thank you so much, everyone, and to the family. Thank you so much for supporting me and helping me. And also, God, thank you for guiding us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Welcome back to the podium. And now, winner for race 2 in Underbone 150 class, we have Pirapong Louis Bumpeng from Team One for All. Let's get Pirapong into the interview area. Let's see what he has to say about this one. So, Pirapong, finally a win in Chang once again. So, Pirapong, win in your home race. What a final lap. You managed to pull a gap. So tell us, what was the secret for that final lap?
Yeah, my home race, I believe my team and me. Yeah, thank you for support team and me. Thank you, kap.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Man, a few words.
Of course, now we will interview the champion once more. Husni Zainal Fauzi with the brand new suit as well. The new suit that was just finished 2 weeks ago, I think. The new helmet, the new design. Husni, 2025 is finished. You are the Underbone 150 champion. You and Gubita rode beautifully this season. Tell us, how was this season for you and the team?
Ya, terutama alhamdulillah puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala tahun 2025 ini pertama kali ikut RRC Full Series bersama tim JR. Alhamdulillah awal yang cukup baik. Mudah-mudahan Albi bisa mempertahankan posisi di tahun depan dan di tahun-tahun selanjutnya. Terima kasih banyak untuk My Big Boss, istri saya, terima kasih. Kru, mekanik, Mas Bonce, Mas Bima yang telah bekerja keras di tahun ini. Terima kasih banyak. Love you all. Thank you.
So he's saying that he's grateful and thankful for the chance to get the championship this year with the team for the first time. Zero Elephant MCR RBT 34. He's thankful to the big boss, thankful to his wife, to his team, his crew, and he's hoping that next year that they can do this again. Congratulations, Husni. What a season.
Highlights of the final race of the Underbone 150 CCCs, and a quick look there at Pirapong Lubuimpeng, who would actually go on to record a statement victory for his home nation. The defending champion, or the current champion, Husni Zainal Fauzi, was back in P14. He's done his hard work. We're really looking forward to see who could pick up second place. And as usual, Barry, it's impossible to predict anything until the final corner in this sport.
Yeah, of course. And well, we just watched it. We watched the characters as they came up, as their fortunes ebbed and flowed during this 8-lap race. And it was fascinating as always. Hardly a moment to blink.
Multiple changes of the lead.
Absolutely, and Nazarol is that. I noticed a few times during the race that number 1 made a good start. Number 2 came up towards the front of the group on several occasions. In the end, he would fade. Dimas Julie as well.
Ahmed Fazl Sham in the sky blue always comes at some stage, but for Vosges it's been a learning, difficult season. Both their riders going out as we go just past halfway. One constant, Pirapong Lubuimpeng was always in that leading knot of 10 races.
Yeah, he was, and indeed he was yesterday until the Masato incident.
The Masato incident. It's a book now.
So now a book on sale for Christmas. And big shout for the 117 we just saw on our screen there. Adil Regani doing a fantastic job as a stand-in.
A mixed day for the Philippines. We saw April King Moscato had to drop out, but John Emerson Angito would come through after a very good qualification where he was second on the grid. He'd get a second place here and pick up 20 points.
Yeah, John, another one of those who fell foul of the final turn chaos yesterday. But he rode a similar race, staying near the front. This time, it would pay off. And good bit of Kreshner, you can never count him out.
So often going into this final corner, we say you don't want to be leading, but Pirapong just has about a 3 bike length lead and is able to hold on and just get a great drive through the line. Holds off John Emerson Angito. Emerson Angito is absolutely thrilled to bits with his P2. Pirapong delighted with P1, but your champion Husni Zainal Fauzi, we are not worthy, says his teammate Gubita Kreshner. Hugs all round.
Yeah, to receive an honour like that from Gubita Kreshner is quite something for Husni. Tell you what, Des, this is a very popular podium. Every one of these guys, 1, 2, and 3, much loved in the paddock.
Peter Kreshner introduced, John Emerson and Gito introduced. Both gave Daniel very emotional interviews, as did the overall champion, who'll be introduced later, but our race winner, and particularly for those here in Thailand, as he's the only Thai in Underbone 150cc, you can understand his joy in taking that victory, and he will be as proud as punch for this Thai national anthem.
Yeah, nice to see Meg San representing Team One for All.
Thai national anthem at the Thai venue on the final race of this FIM Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Kentaro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, better known to us all as Dunlop, hands out the prizes to the winners. And you're right, these are three very, very popular winners. Peter Kreshner, long-time member of the Underbone Club. I'm always happy when we spread the love around.
Yeah, John absolutely delighted with that.
I don't think anyone will be happier today than this fella. As you say, a couple of years without a win, and to do it in your own circuit is a real credit to him. The team award will be handed out by Mr. Tongtai Wangsawan from FIM Asia. And you've mentioned them before, but another shout out for Team One for All from you, Barry.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, massive congratulations to them. They put, every member of that team puts their heart and soul into their racing.
She's holding on to that prize like it's a baby. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Pirapong Luboinpeng. Right, let's move on to the overall standings. We know that Husni Zainal has already been crowned as champion. His margin of victory, 90 points. Phenomenal. Fahmi Bassam, defending champion, finishes as runner-up. Ahmed Afi Fanram picks up P3. He's 9 points clear of Dimash Juliat Moko. Aditya Fauzi in P5. Gupita Kreshner, former champion, in 6. John Emerson and Gito's 25 points take him up to joint 7th with a former champion, Akira Ziz, on 73 points.
We are underway, race number 1, and a fast start from Husni Zainal Fauzi. Husni, he just takes an inside line. Husni just behind them. Husni looking for a second win of this season, 143. Contact takes out 3.
Goes down.
Fernando goes down as well. Husni Zainal is going to come through the carnage and make it 3 wins out of 4. There, Husni Zainal is remarkably chasing a 4th win in 5 races, and Husni looks on the inside. And the victory goes to Husni Zainal. Husni 143 is in that group. It is the final lap, and they're accelerating away. Right, it is down to this turn 16. Husni Zainal Fauzi. What a performance by Husni Zainal Fauzi.
Indeed, what a performance by Husni Zainal Fauzi. We seem to repeat that time and time and time and time again this season. He had maybe a little bit of fortune on his side yesterday, but there was no fortune about his start to the season, Barry.
Yeah.
If you win 5 out of 6 in this sport.
Yesterday's good fortune, he didn't actually need it. But yeah, what a season. Can't take anything away from him or the LFN team. He deserves this moment.
That's a rather handsome trophy as well for the Underbone 150cc. And Tongtai Wangsawan from FIM Asia, not being trusted to handle the trophy. It's heavy. Husni, 6 wins in 12 races, 2 P2s and a P3, a P4, a P5 and a P8. Not out the top 8 all season, Husni Zainal. That's what champions are made of.
Yeah, look at the big grin on Gupta Krishna's face in that shot too. Gracious teammate.
Festooned with flags. The #1 champion shot is there. But that's the celebrations for the Underbone 150cc. They can enjoy themselves and the end of season party that will take place tonight. But our focus moves on next to the next race, which will be the Asia Production 250cc. There's milking the moment, Husni. And as said, we move our attention next to the Asia Production 250cc, which again has had a champion already crowned. That was yesterday, but there's still plenty to race for. Don't go too far away. We continue our coverage of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from Chang International Circuit after this short 2-minute break.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
We are at the Chang International Circuit. We are live in a gloriously hot day in the east of Thailand. It's the final round and the final day of races of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship. Our attention coming on to the Asia Production 250cc. I'm alongside Barry Russell with Daniel Bogas down in the pit lane just to bring you the coverage. Our focus, as I say, on the AP 250, where we already have a champion in Fadila Arbi Aditama. He secured the victory in yesterday's race 1. Best of the highlights from race 1 is our Ikmal bike 124, the only man who could stop Fadila Arbi Aditama and Astra Honda Racing from securing the title. It's been a very, very dominant season by bike number 93. And once we get into the race, by Russell, bike 93 was making sure he was up at the front end and not going to be caught out by Izam.
Yeah, he looked in control. He seemed to take the lead whenever he wanted it. But this was a very, very lively performance. As you see, that was one mistake in the whole race for Fadila Arbi. He survived it. I'm going to say lively performance all the way through from Kritapat Cancun and the Thai wildcard for Yamaha Team Chonburi.
I think from a neutral point of view, we wanted 124 Izam to come through and take the victory and push us into the final day. Obviously, we want that, but 93 Fadila, despite a rev cut, just to reduce the power of his bike because he's been so successful, was still able to be leading. His main contenders were the young guys, the young Thai guys, who are being put in as wildcards for this weekend.
Yeah, you can see one of them on the right there, number 20. That is not Propong. And the number 12 in shot there, right on time, Panjaruk, Chip Royal Chat, just ahead of the Yamaha mounted Thai Kritapat behind them. They really make a difference to the shape of this race and the eventual result.
Izam Ikmal unable to really make a move though. Chandra Hendrawan at one stage looked like he might, but Fadila Arbi, bike number 93, it really was a composed, organised, disciplined performance. Really epitomised the Astra Honda team. They worked so hard. He was just losing and then whips his way through on the final lap just to make sure there's no chance of him being overtaken. And from there, Fadila Arbi would go on to secure his 6th win of 11 races this season.
Yeah, this is the way to crown a championship, to take the championship from the top step of the podium in the last round of the season. Absolutely a classy ride by Fadila Arbi once again. A couple of his rivals, Kritapat was amongst them, went off. But jubilation, another AP250 title, yet another AP250 title for Astra Honda.
That was yesterday's race 1. That means there's no real jeopardy for race number 2, other than who can get second place. Kritapat Kiankam could pinch second place from Izam Ikmal. It's only a 4-point differential between those two. The title has been won by Fadila Arbi, but I'm sure with the professionalism of him and of Astra Honda, he'll be wanting to make it 7 wins in a season and put an exclamation mark onto this campaign. Behind them, Murrell Bilbitoni is an injured absentee. Means Chanda Hermawan has a chance to elevate himself into the top 4 if he can get a high finish today. But really, we're looking at Kritapat and the young Thais who are coming through by Russell from a domestic point of view.
Yeah, Honda Racing Thailand have given those two young teenage riders a real chance this weekend, which they've grabbed with both hands. The shadow of the grandstand there spreading across the track, which will make things a lot more comfortable for the riders sitting on the grid.
The shot from turn number 1. Amidst that scrum will be our intrepid reporter Daniel Bogas. We'll be hearing from him in just a moment. But first, let's just have a look at the Chang International Circuit. We could keep talking about turn number 12, Barry. It is always so important, but there are many important features here. That sector 2 can be very, very difficult.
Yeah, one of the keys is to get a good exit to turn 4 and into turn 5, because from there it's difficult to overtake. That's where you want to be at the front. Daniel's on the grid and ready for us now.
3, 2, 1, go in.
On the grid for the AP250, it's a lot warmer than what we expected, but actually the track temps are quite similar to yesterday, so it's just a bit less wind that's making it feel much, much hotter. So let's have a chat with some of the riders, and I want to have a chat to the inline four screamer of the Kawasaki, ridden by Aiki Iyoshi. Aiki, this week has been pretty good for you and Anizo. What can you do in the race? Because we saw yesterday in race 1, it wasn't really the finish you would have wanted.
Yeah, race 1 was very difficult to fight because still no good regulation, but qualifying and FP is very good, and I feel it's very nice this bike. But race 2 is I will try more push, and I do my best. I hope I get podium.
Thank you so much, Aiki. We're looking forward to it. Good luck. Now we're going to head down a couple of roads and we're going to chat with a rider who performed quite well starting midway in the season, but then Shami starting this round with a bit of struggle, and we suspect they're probably experimenting with a few things with the engine or the suspension. So let's have a chat with him. Of course, it's a development year for the bike, so let's see what Daniel has to say. So Daniel, starting midway through the season, the bike and you looked really good, but then this weekend something happened. So can you tell us what you guys have been struggling with?
Okay, for the first race, because we have a change broken, and then we cannot continue the race. And then for this last race of the season, I hope I can do very well. I can give all my best to fight for the win for the first time in AP250. I hope in the race I just plan how to manage, stay in the good position until the last lap, and then I will attack same like before in the last part.
From the previous run till now, is the bike any different or is it the same?
A bit better because we try to improve every race, and then we also nearly arrive on the top. Sure.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head down a couple more roads and we're going to have a chat with one of the Hondas on the grid. And it's from Honda Racing India. We're going to look for Kevin Samarkintal. So Kevin, he's been racing a lot of championships this season. He's been a busy man, flying around the planet, mostly in Europe and in Qatar as well. Oops, almost bumped into photographer Richard. So let's have a quick word with Kevin. So Kevin, it's the last ride of the season in 2025. It's going to be a tough one as always in the 250s, but you guys qualified okay. How's it looking for this race?
Hoping it goes well because we found a little extra in warm-up, so hopefully it all pays off and can get a better position than where we qualified.
What's going to be the key for this one? Any setup changes that you've done since race 1?
I would say main thing would be just watch for the group, keep pace, because we had a lot of tire wear in the race 1, so maybe maintain the tires a bit and at the end go all out.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
Thanks very much. Yeah, 44 degrees is the track temperature down there, as Daniel was reporting. Kevin Quintel's had a frustrating season, just out of the points. It makes such a difference if you're able to get a few points ahead. As for Isam Iqbal, well, a first and a second, or 2 seconds and a third. He's had an excellent season. We'll be hoping to spend second place in the championship.
Yeah, he's looking a lot more relaxed on the grid today than he was yesterday. He just needs to have a good finish today to ensure that he stays second. There is Kritapat Cancun with the very fetching white headphones, possibly.
A couple of wins earlier on in the season for him. Hasn't quite delivered as perhaps we thought he might. 4 podiums, 5 podiums indeed throughout the season. Fadila Arbi has just been so phenomenally consistent. He had a scare in Sepang in race number 1 where he recovered to pick up a single point, but otherwise hasn't been outside the top 8. Indeed, has picked up, as well as his 6 wins, another podium.
Yeah, really, Fadila Arbi looked like a champion right from round 1, which incidentally was a double win for him. Aiki Yoshi, I hoped to see the Kawasaki's further up than they were yesterday. Let's hope they can finish the season in style. And there's the other one, Andy Fadley. He's been smiling a lot more, like the old Andy Fadley we know and love this weekend. So let's hope he has a good race too.
Former 250 ARRC champion.
Yeah, we're trying to remember the year. One of them would have been 2018, maybe 2018 and 2019. He won 2.
the Prupong, one of the young talents who you've been keeping an eye on. Again, you do keep an eye on the Thai talent in particular. And you were talking them up before yesterday's race, and you were proved to be spot on.
Yeah. Honda Racing Thailand are another one of these organisations that seem to know who to pluck out of the talent pool and give an opportunity to. And they really plucked two good ones this weekend for AP250s.
It's a good testing ground, is the 250s, isn't it?
Yes, it really is. Yeah, they train them on Moto 3 bikes, where they do 30-minute races. So it's almost like MotoGP preparation. And that means when they get into, although they're riding production bikes, they feel a little bit softer. They've really got the stamina, these boys, to come good late in the race. As our friend Makapong did yesterday.
Healthy crowd looking on at Buriram. Good to see them turning up. It's a huge stand. And they're in a shade with a perfect vantage point of the whole circuit laid out before them. 1 minute board goes up. There will be 30 starters on a congested AP250 grid. It's been a good competition, but dominated by Astra Honda and Fadila Arbi Aditama. The growl tells us.
Yeah, out of the shade and into the sunlight on their warm-up lap. We've got just a couple of minutes to get through the grid, Des.
30 riders to talk through. On pole position will be the man leading the way, bike number 39 in Yamaha blue, Kritapat Kiankum. And Kritapat will be alongside Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda Racing on the Honda CBR 250. And Aiki Aoshi, I think neutrally, we'd like the Kawasaki's to do well, both him and Andy Mohammed.
Yeah, and Andy's on the second row. Next to him, not Prapong, Ben Proez, one of the prodigies this weekend, and Davina Brittani, another youngster, 16 years old for Astra Honda.
On row 3, Tiranai Tuptim was just eased out on turn 12 yesterday on bike number 36. He's alongside Izam Iqbal, who's hoping to secure second place. And Daniel Sharmi, it was interesting to get his interview. He sounded quite comfortable until he'll be starting from P9 on bike 57 for Uma Racing.
On row 4, lots of quality. Galanghendra Pratamal for Yamaha Baf Yamalub, Akai Jaya, and so on, to give him his full title. Humberto Cesar for TY Antares, good to see him back in ARRC, and Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam starts 12th.
Fadil Musyavi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia is in P13 along Kaving Samar Kintal. Again, he'll just be looking to secure some points, maybe get himself towards the top 10 for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Chandahamaran alongside him for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Yeah, Irfan Heikel for Maestro NWN SCK Honda starts 16th. Next to him for TY Antares, Rintaro Takamoto, and STG Hark Pro's Alfonsi de Guigan. Good to see him again, starts 18th.
Cao Vietnam from Vietnam is in P19 on row 7, alongside his Estremo Yuzi compatriot Nguyen Ton Ampu, with Panjaruch, one of the young Honda Thailand racing team members in P21.
And way down in P22, Irfan Ardiansha. He leads row 8 from Joan Reeves Emmanuel and Abdullah Qayyum.
Jazil Jarami for Team ACR will be in P25. He's ahead of Lu Yin, Team One for All, who've just celebrated a win in the previous category. She's the only woman in the race. Liu Gang Wan for Team One for All alongside them.
And finally we've got Dongnan Tse and Aldiaz Axel in P29 and 30. Big grid in the AP250s.
Fadila Arbi, the champion, bike number 93. There he is, right front and centre. He's not on pole, but he's taking control. The drone hovers over him as we wait for the red lights to go on. Final race of the season underway. Fadila Arbi off to a sluggish start in comparison to Kritipat, but Kritipat, well, it's only comparatively sluggish. Those two got an absolute flyer.
Yeah, Daniel Sharmy got away well as 2. I think he's currently 3rd. Andy Fadley came through well from row 3.
Oh, somebody's down.
Were they down or did they pick it back up
Gosh,
again?
he recovered. Wow. He must have levered his way off the back seat of a trailing bike. That was a scary moment right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, luckily they both made it through, but there's a little break at the front.
Well, it's the front 2, Fadila and Kritipat, who are there once again. Have a look at this, Barry Russell.
See Andy Fadley in the middle. Oh, it's Isam Iqbal goes across. Can't quite see the bike he's in contact with. He must have hit the rear wheel of Isam Iqbal. Wow, how did he stay on?
What a recovery. What a recovery. Heart and mouth time for Isam and for all watching, because you're right in the middle. There'd be nowhere for other racers to go to avoid him if he had gone down there.
There is a notable break out the front here, so what can the riders do behind them? Who should lead that charge?
Fadila Arbi, of course.
Well, who should lead the chasing pack?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Daniel Sharmy at the front there. Quick rider. Is he the right one, or should it be one of the locals? Let's look out for the Honda Racing Thailand duo.
Late braking.
Vino Brittani having another good race. Scalanghendra in there.
The lead between the front 2, Kritipat and Fadila, is 1.2 seconds. And if these 2 work together, they might be able to keep ahead of the rest of the pack, which is being led by Daniel Sharmy from Malaysia. Brittani and Tiranai once again putting in a decent lap time, as is Galanghendra.
And the Brazilian Humberto Cesar has made a good start as well. Currently running in P7. We need to watch who comes through in the chasing pack. Davino Brittani's taken the lead, or P3, but the front of that pack.
Tell you who's done well. Kevin Quintal has got himself up into P10. Bike number 14.
Yeah.
As we look back, he's just ahead of the Kawasaki of Andy Mohamed Fadli.
Yeah. And his teammate, Miki Yoshi, just in touch, I think, with that group.
Right, Isam. After that scary moment, he dropped down to P19. Heart in mouth time, but now he's just trying to work his way back up. He's under pressure from Kritipat. He's only 4 points clear of Kritipat, and at the moment Kritipat will finish second in the championship, which would be a lovely personal result for him.
So we know stopping these 2.
The lead was 1.3 seconds earlier on. As we can see, it doesn't look like it's been appreciably cut down by Davino Brittani. Prutpong is also part of that group as they come into turn 12. And they do look like they're sharing the burden, these front 2, as they come over the start-finish line. It's the tie from the Indonesian. And the lead remains, well, the lead has gone up, Barry Russell, to 1.8 seconds.
And the 2 young Honda Racing Thailand riders coming through that group as well, both of them. And so is the wildcard, Tiranai Tim, who went so well yesterday.
Well, these 2 are working very, very nicely together. Yes, there's a long way to go. But Fadila Arbi, I don't think they're racing. I think they're working together to say, let's sort out the spoils between us. At the very tail there is Chao Vietnam.
I just sense a little bit of needle there between, perhaps not coming from Arbi, but coming from Kritipat. I think he really wants to show what he can do in front of his home crowd in this last race of the season. He would have been miffed by being suckered into a mistake at turn 12 here back in April in race 1.
Yeah, he picked up P2 on that occasion, but as you say, it was Arbi who forced him out of it. These 2 started the season so well. Maybe they're not sharing the burden, but they're not losing their lead. Davino Brittani from Astra Honda Racing is the man who is amongst those leading the chase, as is Nuprapong.
Yeah, the gap 1.6 seconds now. That's going to take quite some closing down, quite some collaboration. What a great shot that is. Great perspective of how this race stands at the moment.
They're sharing this workload, Barry. I know you're sensing a bit of needle, but the evidence in front of the eyes suggests that they are working to maintain the deficit, and the deficit is back up to 1.8 seconds.
It's increasing. I just feel that Kritapat has got something to prove. Oh, and down again. That is Lu Yin, I beg her pardon. She's got the bike trapping her leg there.
That's on turn number 12.
Turn 12, it comes on the green bike. Ooh, yeah, I think that was an error of her own, but she got dragged along by the bike then.
I can't tell you, she's being helped away, but she is walking away. Shaken and stirred.
That's unfortunate. She's done well this weekend in terms of how she's improved her attitude towards taking this opportunity in the AP 250 class. Knocking seconds off her time from the moment she started on Friday morning. Anyway, her weekend is done and she's in one piece.
In the meantime, Fadila Arbi looks like he is trying to make a charge away. No more working together here. In the battle for third, Davino and Nuprapong, young riders. Tiranai and Chandra, who's got a bit more experience, but those front two are teenagers. As we're on board with Humberto Cesar Neto. Takes evasive action.
Yeah, that was a nice bit of camera work there.
Ooh, a bit of a wobble.
Yeah, I think that's Tani who went wide there.
We lost a lot of ground on that scenario yesterday. Going through there is Aldiaz Axel. Where is Izam? Izam is still in P16, long way down. The lead at the front has increased, Barry. The front two are working together, and they've increased the lead up to nearly a full 2 seconds.
Yeah, Chandra takes a look on the outside of Tiranai in the chasing group.
I think those behind are going to have to work together, and they're not at this stage. It's all one for all, as these two, again, they're alternating. One takes the lead, the other takes the little slipstream, although that looks a little bit more competitive from Fadila.
See what will be in his mind. Use your expression, Des. There's no jeopardy here. Fadila has already taken the championship. Kritapat is pretty much assured of second place.
Particularly as Izam is still out of the points and dropped down to P18. It's been a disappointing weekend for Izam at the end of a good season. This is the man in P3, Nuprapong.
He's putting some distance between him and Davino Bertani and the two Yamahas behind him.
He's looking for a second podium of the weekend, is Nuprapong.
He's making himself a bright future, isn't he?
Fadila leads the way, Nuprapong in 3, behind them Brittani. With Tiranai Tuktim and Chandra Hendra, bike number 88 coming through. What is that lead between 2 and 3? It's come down just a bit. It's back down to 1.8 seconds, so Nuprapong at least is beginning to make some headway on the front two.
Yeah, if he can keep himself clear of a battle, perhaps he can do it. He was just the quickest rider on that last lap.
Daniel Sharmi's dropped a long way off the pace. At one time he was in P2, he's dropped down now to P11. As once again the front two just share the workload. Behind them the two Kawasaki's are still not being able to make the kind of impression that they would like. Andy Mohamed Fadli and Ioki. when we saw how quick they were in qualifying, we thought they might be competitive, but it's been a tough old season for the Kawasaki pairing.
Yeah, that is Tiranai trying to get after his Honda-mounted contemporary.
That's the battle for P3, that's for 5, it's closing in behind them. Galangendra is part of that.
Yeah, the other Honda-mounted youngster, number 12, Panjaru, in that group as well. There he goes.
Daniel Sharma is making a charge up the rankings once again. He was in P12, clearly he made a mistake. He's got himself up to P9 now. We're on board with Daniel Sharma, and this is Galangendra behind him in P10. In the meantime, the front two continue to share that workload. Behind them, only Noprupong Prumpawes is offering anything.
Yeah, 3 different races here.
Focus, I like that. Noprupong is closing in on the front two. He's knocked off another 1/10 of a second on that lap. Somebody went very wide, I think it was Tiranai on bike number 36.
Yeah, he did a 151.881 that time around. Berto Cesar up there as well. Let's just check this out. Looking for the number 66.
I think there's a kind of a glitch for 66.
Well, I'm glad it's not my eyesight this time.
Yeah, he was up there and then he's disappeared right down to the bottom end.
Kiyoshi looking game in that 3rd group.
Hu Choi and Chao Vietnam, the Vietnamese pairing, also in there. Is Amit Mal still trying to make some kind of a headway, but he's outside of the points at the moment. 56 is Galangendra. Tell you what, Noprupong, to the naked eye, is closing in. He's the only one who is there.
Well, I do think the way that they put the young riders through their paces in on the Thailand, that he's probably got exactly the right mindset. Now he knows there's a long way to go. He's got a lot of experience of running races that go on for a lot longer than this one. So stamina won't be a problem. Can he be a problem? Can he become a problem for the 2 riders ahead of him?
Well, he's got 3 laps to do it, and the gap is now less than a second. God, it's 8/10 of a second. He really has closed this one down, and he's done it on his own. Bike number 20 is the man we're talking about, because Fadila and Kritapat have worked together, Barry. I'm sure the truce, the entente cordiale will end pretty shortly, maybe with a lap and a half to go.
I'm sure it will too. And the interesting thing there is that could give additional help for Noprupong to catch up. But this is a very mature ride from Noprupong.
And Panjarak is the man who's leading that 3rd group ahead of Galangendra and Daniel Sharma, and Ayoshi in there. So the group going through now is the battle for 4. This is the group for P7. Daniel Sharma once again has got himself in there. He must have made a mistake earlier on, Daniel.
Yeah, Kiyoshi taking a look at the back of Yamaha.
Noprupong is now right on the tail of these 2.
Yeah, this is building up to a good finale to this race, final AP250 race of the season. Gap now down to 0.6 through the last sector.
Chandra leads that 2nd group. The front 3 are the 1, 2, 3 from yesterday. Yesterday it finished Fadila in P1, Kritipat in 2, and Noprupong in P3. Once they come round turn 12, it'll be 2 laps to go, and I think the gloves will come off round about now, Barry.
I think so too. There's Noprupong. Gap stretched just a little bit that time. Let's see what the young Thai can do about that.
but he's within touching difference, 0.6. It's about the same as what did he lap? He lapped quicker. Last lap of 1:52.1, so he made up 0.4.
Yeah, he is the quicker rider, and there he is as they come up to turn 3. Let's see what kind of drive he gets out. But now he can smell the exhaust fumes from Fadila Arbi, currently in P2, and there they are all locked together. This is going to be a good fight for the final podium of 2025.
That was a brilliant chase by Nuprapong. He was a long way down, 2 seconds down, and he's just edged his way back. Corner after corner, 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there. It's taken him 4 or 5 laps to do that. Now then, Kritipat looks like he's just trying to make a manoeuvre.
Yeah, and Nuprapong has really put himself in the shop window here. He was looking for sponsors. He's probably going to have to, yeah, the strong message there.
Motivational techniques.
Yes, indeed.
Good corporate management style. At the moment is Kritipat, though, who has just decided to take the lead. We're coming into the final approach to turn 12 for the penultimate time. It's Kritipat who's leading from the champion Fadila Arbi, but Nuprapong, wow, what a performance. No, even if he doesn't get into the top 3, he's got a good drive out, Nuprapong, and he will go through in second place as they go past the start-finish line. He might not have the drive to hold on to that, but Fadila Arbi is certainly aware that Nuprapong is there, and Kritipat is also flying away in P1.
Yeah, good opportunism here by Kritipat to let the 2 behind him fight it out for second place. What a scalp this would be for Nuprapong if he can take it away from Fadila Arbi. So Arbi's not going to want to give that away, but whatever happens, Nuprapong has arrived on the international scene.
Into Sector 2. There is the live championship standings. Kritipat will secure second place ahead of Isam Ikmal. The Yamaha team enjoying the show that Kritipat is giving them. Kritipat has already had a couple of wins this season, one in Malaysia, one in Motegi in Japan. He's looking to make it a hat-trick, but it's not done and dusted, because look, Fadila Arbi, Barry has just been able to close in as they go around 5 and 6.
And he's closing in with Nuprapong on his tail too. Let's see, the sign said strong. How does RB interpret that message? I think we can see now.
Well, he listens, he observes. He's an astroman, but it's still Kritipat who leads. Kritipat who has control of this race. Depends on the late braking. Who can wait for it? Nuprapong goes on the outside. Kritipat tries to take a different line. Fadila Arbi goes around the outside. Can't hold on. Kritipat has the tight line. Kritipat takes number 1. Nuprapong takes 2 ahead of Fadila Arbi in P3.
Wow, helped by that error from Fadila Arbi. A rare error. You could see just what a champion he is from the way he was pushing at the end. But what a performance. P3 yesterday, P2 today for the youngster Nuprapong Bamproes. Congratulations to him, and big respect for Honda Racing Thailand for plucking him out of the talent pool.
All 3 of them line up and they offer congratulations for different reasons, I think. Fadila Arbi is the champion, but he hasn't won today. In fact, he's been outsmarted today by a young teenage kid.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant, and it just shows you, if ever you watch the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, just how well they drill these riders, and how strong they can be in a race. Nuprapong just mugged P2 from the reigning champion. Brilliant stuff. Well, I guess we haven't seen the last of Nuprapong Bamproes.
I'd imagine not. I would imagine not.
And really good performance from Kritipat. We knew he had it in him, and it was important to him to get the win ahead of Arbi after losing out to him over the course of the season.
So Kritapat, a third win of the campaign. He had a 0 points in Sepang and it did not finish in Buriram, in Sepang first time round. So you take those two bad finishes, and it's very frustrating for him, as Izam is given a ride home. Here's your race result. The winner by 1/10 of a second is Kritipak Kyungkum, ahead of Nopropong Brumprowes for Honda Racing Thailand. So Yamaha Racing Thailand, Honda Racing Thailand, Astra Honda Racing Team, Fadila Arbi, the champion, bag number 93 in P3. Chanda Hermaman won that battle for P4 ahead of the youngster Panjaruch for Honda Racing Thailand. Davino Brittani, a veteran at 16 in P6. Tiranai in 7 for Yamaha Vit Chobri, and Iyoshi, the best of the Kawasaki's, 8 seconds down in P8. Ninth place Daniel Sharmi, who at one stage was in P3, at another stage was in P17. That's about the mean average for Daniel Sharmi. Uma Racing Yamaha in P9, Galang Hendra in 10. Alfonso De Keegan picking up the points once again for SDG Hark Pro Racing, and Aldiaz Axmal. That was a good battle between those two, those four. Andy Mohammed Fadli in P13 picks up 3 points on the Kawasaki. Izam Iqmal picks up 2 points, will come third in the championship standings. And Chao Vietnam on 15. Hutri, 16th out of the points. Kevin Quintal, another out of the points performance. Frustration for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Rintaro Takamoto for TY and Tares. A brave drive for Ardienta out the points. Fadil Musyavi and Ton Ampu for Extremo User out of the points. And also out of the points, Abdullah Kayum Abdul Razak for Cardinals Racing. Other finishers, Johan Reeves Emmanuel, Jazil Juraimi for Team ACR out of Singapore, Jiang Shun Cheng and Nang Se for Victor Racing in 25 and 26, Gang Wan finishing in 27, a non-finish sadly for Humberto Cesar Mayaneto for TY Antares, and we saw Lu Yin walk away, bruised but walking, non-finisher with 8 laps to go. But really impressive from Kritipat. Those 2 races where he had a did not finish and a 0 in a shortish season of just 12 rounds. You can afford 1 0, you can't afford 2, Barry.
Yeah, the 0 was brought on by Arby in race 1 when he forced him into an error at turn 12. He was basically outfoxed. But the tables were turned, not by Kritipat today, but by the rookie, not Prapong. Well, the crowd are getting their money's worth this afternoon, that's for sure.
And we've got 2 terrific races still to come. There is real jeopardy at stake. There wasn't jeopardy here, but there is in the last 2 races in the Super Sport 600 and the ASB 1000cc. Titles up for grabs and very, very slim margins. It really is the finale of the finale. In the meantime, we're waiting for everybody to get back into the Parc Ferme and for our camera crew and for Daniel Bogas to get in position. Lots of Buriram shirts here, Buriram football shirts. Sport is very much the currency in this part of the world. And let's go down to the Parc Ferme, and Daniel Bogas is getting some post-race reaction to this AP250cc race.
Kritipat, finally at your home race, you managed to take P1. Scary when RB caught you again, so tell us what happened on that last lap.
Yeah, from the last lap, I think every lap, and then, yeah, for today, I do for my team, and then for my family, and then, yeah, for today, everything is done for the first position in my home lane, and then it first time in 250 for the third position. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kritipat. Congratulations to you. And champion of the 2025 season in the AP250 class is Fadil RB Aditama, taking a photo in Nopropong Bumpravers right now. RB tried a really hard late braking move at the last turn, but just unable to actually get the bike stuck in. Rare mistake from RB, but we're going to see what he makes of it. Let's have a word with the champion. RB, 2025 done and dusted. You are the champion. But I want to talk about the race first. That braking move at turn 12. I haven't seen you make a mistake like that. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, I try to attack at the end, and I forgot to put the map, the engine brake map. So I realized when I shift down and the bike is still going, so I say, oh shit, and I just press the brake, the rear brake I mean, and then just full slide. And okay, this time I will not make it, but it's a good try and a lesson to me. So congratulations for Kritapat. Now he beat me now. But yeah, it's a fun race. It's a good race. We try to race like a world championship style, clean and strong battle. So it's a fun race. So thank you so much to Astron Racing team, to all the sponsor, to all my mechanic, and thank you to all the people who support me. And thank you so much, and see you in the next year.
Before you go, okay, firstly, apologies for the fruity language for the viewers. And secondly, RB, 2025 has been a season of a bit of ups, mostly ups, a bit of downs, but it's been a trial for you. Tell us, how has this season been? How challenging was it, especially with the contenders in AP 250 class this season?
Yeah, I mean this year all of the bike, all of the rider is so strong. They're improving a lot since beginning, and it's a good season for me, for Astron Racing team, and I feel great to be able to make the champion in this category, and I would like to try the next category and take the championship again.
Is that a hint at the future?
I hope so.
Can't wait to see it, RB. Congratulations.
Final race of the season in the AP 250 of the Asia Road Racing Championship. As we go through the grid, we're looking at the jeopardy to see if Isam Iqbal, number 124, could hold on to P2 in the championship standings. His threat came from bike 39, Kritipat Kiankam, but it was Kritipat alongside the champion Padilla RB by Russell, who got up to absolute flyers.
Yeah.
And meantime, bike 124, scary moment there.
Very scary. His foot was off the pegs and on the ground there. But you could see this break very early on by Kritipat and RB, who were working together. That was an unfortunate and rather heavy thump onto the tarmac. I get the syllables wrong every time, Des.
Yun Li, yeah, Lu Yin.
See,
As she walked away though.
I do beg your pardon, but she walked away. That's the important thing.
Up at the front, the chase by number 20, Noprupong Brumpawaz. At one stage, he was 2 seconds plus down, but he chased Kritipat and he chased Padilla RB, and eventually he wore them down. He's out of shot here, but you can see he's number 3 there, nearly 2 seconds down, just edging himself closer. These two are working together. These are 1 or 2 in the championship standings in the end, and Kritipat will go on and get the win.
Yeah, there was good respect between these two, but the win was important to Kritipat just to make a statement at the end of the season. But by now, 2 laps remaining, it was Noprupong who entered the chat.
It was a brilliant chase by him. He's only young, isn't he? 14 years of age, Noprupong.
That's right, absolutely brilliant. It's going to be hard for somebody to take the ride of the afternoon, I would say, away from Noprupong. Brilliant stuff. Shows no due respect whatsoever to Padilla RB.
It did look like it would be held at arm's distance as Kritipat just decided to accelerate away. He was in control of this. Padilla RB, no real jeopardy. You heard him in his post-race saying this was a fun race. If it's a fun race, you're not really on the edge, and so he was able to make the mistake that he makes coming into 12, but able to make a mistake or not, it's still very unlike Padilla to make a mistake and leave the braking that late and not be able to make the final turn.
Yeah, he pushed really late. He could feel the presence of Noprupong to make sure he was actually trying to suck Nopapong into an error, I think. But Nopapong didn't fall for it, unlike Kritapat did in race 1 earlier this year.
A tie, 1-2. But Fadila Arbi, well, this will be the first of 2 visits to the podium for today. He'll pick up this 3rd position, this minor prize. It's his 2nd P3 of the season, adding to the little matter of 6 wins. But it's a 2nd podium of the weekend for Nopraprong Powers. Keep an eye on that name, I think, Barry Russell.
I certainly think so too. He's certainly done himself a lot of favours this weekend. He'll be fighting off the sponsors.
And Kritapat takes the victory. The team result will go to Kritapat's team, and the national anthem belongs to that of Thailand. Yeah, you enjoyed that.
Yeah, statement win there from Kritapat as he looks ahead to 2026.
Yamaha Thai Racing and a Thai FIM Asia representative, Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan, to hand out the prizes to all 3 of the racers for Dilla. And you can see a little extra glint in his eye as a fellow Thai is awarded it. Nopapong not going to be his first weekend on the podium, I feel.
Definitely not.
Not going to be his last weekend, I should say, on the podium.
I know what you meant. I saw straight through that.
And Kritapat takes win number 3 of a season that was so close to being brilliant. Presentation for the team award. Tsurukazu Handa, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia. Team award going to Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Fun race, I like that use of the word fun. I think the 3 riders at the front very, very much enjoyed it. It was entertaining to watch.
Yeah, great entertainment. Nice to watch a race without the nail-biting addition of jeopardy.
We've got that to come in the next 2.
Loads of that to come the rest of the afternoon.
Here are the championship standings. Fadila Arbi Aditama, Astra Honda Racing, wins the title by 49 points from Kritapat Kiankam for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Izam Iqmal, disappointing today, just picked up the 2 points, but happily didn't suffer an accident in a very scary moment on 144. Chandra in 4, Murabil 3, Galang Hendra 4, Irfan 5, Daniel Sharmi comes into 6. But your champion is Fadila Arbi from Astra Honda Racing. 10 laps of the circuit, AP 250. We are ready to go.
At the front though, Fadila Arbi doing a great job, the Indonesian.
Very good position to challenge for a podium place.
Winner Fadila Arbi that leads.
There is contact. Izam is one of those. Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda makes it 3 out of 3. The Astra Honda Racing Team, Fadila Arbi Aditama looking to make it 3 wins in a row. Leads the way at the halfway point. The Honda leading all the Yamahas. Fadila Arbi, he looks in pole position at the moment. Coming in for win number 4 of the season. Rev cut or not, Fadila Arbi Aditama takes the victory.
Trying for Astra Honda Racing once again. They do pick champions. They won this title last year. They completely revamped their team and they've retained their title. And not only the work of Fadila Arbi, but Davino Brittani put in a very respectable campaign to finish in P9, the 16-year-old. But being brought back onto the podium is the champion Fadila Arbi. Gave a very mature post-race interview.
Yeah, he did. He oozes quality, doesn't he?
Also gave us emotion as well, and a lucid description of how he messed up on turn 12 on this time round.
Yes, yes. Yeah, disarmingly honest.
Toyokazu Honda managing director, Idemitsu Lube Asia Limited. Again, our thanks to all of the sponsors of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Idemitsu have been particularly supportive over the years. And Fadila picks up a fine trophy to take home. You wrap that up in bubble before you put it onto the plane.
Yes, you would, wouldn't you? Beautiful trophy. Following on the heels of a whole host of AP250 champions from Astra Honda.
6 wins. He started with 3 in a row, 2 in Buriram, 1 at Sepang. He won at Mandalika, he won at Sepang. He won race 1 here and at P3, secured him the title by 49 points. Okay, no jeopardy in that race. Jeopardy galore coming up in the final 2 races of this day and of this season. Coming up next, the Super Sports 600cc. We guarantee you, utterly guarantee you drama at the Asia Road Racing Championships from Buriram in Thailand.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Buriram. We are live from the Chang International Circuit. The final 2 races of a 12-race season coming your way. Later on, we've got the Superbikes, the ASB 1000s. Right now, We have got the Super Sport 600cc, and we still have 2 titles up for grabs. I'm alongside Barry Russell, and Daniel Bogas is down in the pit lane to guide you through the next couple of races. And there is so much on the line, Barry Russell. They've got 3 points separating the top 3 racers coming into the final race of the Super Sport 600cc.
Yeah, and if that wasn't enough, we've got some incredible wildcards here this weekend in the shape of Apiwat Wongtananon and
Aldi Satya.
Aldi Satya.
Both of whom had important roles to play yesterday. Apiwat is a wild card, Aldi's a wild card. They can take big points away from either Kazma Daniel or Adelanta Pucha or Anupab Sarmoon, who are the 3 who are in genuine title contention. But you feel that this means that the bike number 500, Anupab Sarmoon, is going to get the support, particularly from Apiwat Wongtananon.
You do. Just as we look at this race, there is the exit, the spectacular exit of, at the moment, Adelanta.
Well, Adelanta was the
at that point.
Yeah, he was the leader at that point, and that meant a chance was there for Kazma Daniel, which he couldn't take. Barry, bike 27.
Well, he squandered it. The other bikes were taking the big points away. He would end up in P10. Big points going to the Yamahas of Apiwat, and this was a horrible moment.
Reza Danica stayed down. A broken collarbone means that he won't be racing today, but thankfully that's all it was. Just a bone they can mend.
Yeah, that was Kitsada, the other rider involved there. But yeah, very fortunate, you're right, Des, for Reza Danica Arons. It's just a broken collarbone.
The Satya comes through inside Kazma Daniel, and Kazma, he's been so close so often on this Yamaha, but you feel that it's just going to be a little bit too far for him to get the chance to make the breakthrough. 241 goes through there. 241 is the wild card, Apiwat, and he helps Anupab Sarmoon back for number 500 over the final few laps. I feared that Apiwat would allow Anupab to take the victory. I'm delighted for the integrity of both him and of this competition that he didn't. Although 500 came through to take P2, 241 Apiwat took the 25 points to keep this championship alive.
Exactly. Friends though they are, and have been for many years, Apiwat just doesn't have it in his DNA to hand a place to anyone else.
Coming into that final lap, there is 241 and 57 leading the way. Yeah, focused on 27, Kazma Daniel. Is he able to rescue a P4 or even a P3? The answer was no. It actually dropped down to finish in P6 overall. Just 10 points. Enough to take the championship lead.
But a squandered opportunity, you have to say, after Adenanta's exit. So Adenanta is the rider looking for...
There's the integrity moment. I do love that. I was so pleased to see that Apiwat Wongtananon didn't allow Anupab to go through. Brothers they are, regular teammates they have been, but there's your live championship. Kazma Daniel leads by 2 points from Adelanta Pucha and Anupab Sarmoon. There, that's just remarkable. Final race of the season, but Anupab, if he wins, or if he finishes ahead of Adelanta or Anupab, or Kazma Daniel, he'll be the champion.
Yeah. And as we were reflecting, Adenanta and Apiwat were fighting for the title this year. What can Adenanta do to bring it back? It seemed like he was going in a good direction, being a fast rookie, then a championship contender, and this year potentially a champion. He threw it away yesterday. What can he do today? He needs to win.
It's the perfect way to end the season on a really good circuit as well. There's lots of straights. There's a technical area. There's the real problem of turn 12 if you get it wrong. And I think in the scrum down there, intrepid reporter Daniel Bogas is down to give us a grid report.
The weather's quite pleasant under the shade here on the grid, but out in the sun, I can tell you it is quite hot. Now let's have a quick chat with the man starting from P2, the local man, Anupab Sarmoon, who's going to squeeze through all the media. Apologies. And now let's have it with Anupab. So Anupab, it's winner takes all in this race. and we saw how quick Apiwat was. You also were rapid yesterday. What is going to be special for this race?
Yes, the delays I thinking same like yesterday. I just go on. I just make it funny for show the Thai fan, for show my family, and for show my son and my dad. I do the best.
Thank you, Anupap. Can't wait to see it. Good luck. Now we're going to head next to Anupap, and we're going to have a chat with the World Supersport 300 champion in 2024, Aldi Satyamandra. Aldi, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't surprised that you were fighting for the podium, but let's have a chat about yesterday's race. Struggling in the start, managed to find it at the end. So what's going to be different for race 2?
For sure, in the race 2, I will try to go. I don't care about anything. Just go and let's see what's going on later.
So for your fans, how's the injury going after that race?
Yeah, after my injury, it's not so good. So just trying to understand my body and also try to step by step with the bike also and try to take care.
Can't wait to see Aldi. Good luck for this one. Now we're heading back into the second row and we're going to have a chat with Kasma Daniel, who after yesterday's result, he's going to need a big one here. So Kasma, yesterday was not what we expected. You faded towards the end. Started well, but then you faded. Well, can you tell us what happened?
Yesterday is not on my plan because I cannot manage until the last lap, and I tried to follow the group, but lap by lap, and I lost speed too much. But it's okay. We still have today for fight, and I hope for today I try to push a lot and try to giving all my best, inshallah.
Thank you, Kasma. Good luck for this one. And our last one, we're going to quickly grab a word with the rider Adinata. So Adinata, double question. So yesterday after the crash, are you okay? And secondly, what are you going to do different for race 2?
Yes, I'm okay from yesterday crash, but as you know, I lost my point also. Today, 1, 2, 3, championship point was very close, and who finished on the front it will be the champion. So it's easy for calculation. So I always try to focus lap by lap and consistent to be on the front of the two riders. Yes.
Thank you, Adinata. Good luck for this. Back to you, Desmond.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yeah, hard work in there as we have a look at bike 241, Apiwat Wangtananon. In those calculations, it's not quite winner takes all, is it, Barry? Because Apiwat or Aldi could come in and really make the mathematics a little bit complicated.
Absolutely right. It's really, anything could happen here. Apiwat is here to enjoy himself this weekend after a frustrating season.
And you reminded me, he's the defending champion of this class.
He is, yeah.
And has a chance to have an influence on whether or not one of his friends and teammates, Anupap, has a chance to succeed him.
Yeah, and he did something similar 2 years ago when he came in as a wild card and helped Soichiro Minamoto to the title with a P1 and a P2.
Management of the venue and of the competition looking on. You can't ask for more than 3 points separating the teams going into the final race of the season. Absolutely perfect.
That's it. 5 points separate P1 and P2. So it literally is winner takes all.
We will have an absentee from yesterday. There's a Danica Arons, but we'll talk about him in a while. Apiwat Wangtananon on the wild card for Yamaha TMP in P1. Anupap Samoon, third in the championship standings, 3 points off the lead in P2. Aldi Setri at Mahendra, a very useful wild card in P3.
Yeah, Tonat Longpliao had a really good race yesterday, ended up fourth. Kasma Daniel was sixth in the end, but comes in leading this championship, and Adinanta Putra needs to keep its shiny side up today and go for a win.
2 points the difference between Kasia and Adinanta Putra. Kasma, the championship leader. Onto the third row of the grid. And again, there's good riders here. Look at this, Helmi Azman, Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He could pick up points and really hurt one or two people here, as could Fairozi Torikatula on Yamaha Racing Indonesia, as could Kip Carolyn Powie for Idemitsu Honda. This is, I keep saying, it's a very high quality 600 field.
Yeah, we've got some really good rookies on row 4. Kitsadar Tanachot for Honda Racing Thailand, Rocco Sessler for Team One for All, and Herjan Atner for Astra Honda.
Ryan Nugroho in P13, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, he's no slouch either. McKinley Carl Paz hasn't quite been able to make the step up on 600 for Hong Leong Yamaha. Sha Jun Tong for Victor Racing, Bike 22 is in P15.
It's been a frustrating weekend so far for Shirafuddin Azman. He started from pole back in April, now he's starting from 16th. Jakrapat Pudisan, the number 20 for Honda Racing Thailand, starts next to him.
Sharifuddin Azman won back-to-back in the last round of races in Sepang in Malaysia. That was in October. We had to wait a couple of months before this finale. But gosh, it's built it up beautifully. Yesterday's result has set it up wonderfully. Yesterday's result saw the victory for Apiwat. Aldi Satya picking up 16 points. Anupab getting right back in the mix with 20. Adananta crashed out, as we saw in the highlights, and Kazma finished with 10.
Yeah, absolutely perfect conditions out there. The flags are fluttering at the moment, but quite gently.
The stakes are high. The title is on the line. We are underway. Strong start from Kazma Daniel from the second row of the grid. Bike number 27 gets right on the back of bike 500. That's excellent from Kazma. From 5 into P3. He is contending.
And Apiwat Wongtananam converted his pole position into a hole shot. Now let's see who gets the advantage into turn 3. Kazma has a look. Determined start from Kazma. Tanat Long Pliao having a go, but just running a little bit wide, getting his line quite right.
Kazma darts through. He's given himself a fighter's chance in the early stages. He is the man who is leading the championship, Kazma Daniel. Tanat is there. Anupab, of course, and 241. Apiwat will be heavily invested in this 12-lap race.
And the number 21 goes inside Anupab Sarmoon, the number 500. Into turn 5 and 6. That is Adananta Putra. He moves himself up into P4.
Yeah, it was a sluggish start, but you don't win anything by getting a fast start.
Sorry, there's now a tie at the front of the field.
It is indeed. So there'd be a count back, just in case there's a count back. Adananta Putra's got 3 wins so far this season. Kazma Daniel just 1. Anupab Sarmoon just 1. So if the scores are level, the count back would go in favour of Adananta Putra. As they come through at the end of lap number 1 of 12, the screaming engines have Tanat from Kazma, from Apiwat, from Adananta, Anupab, and Carolyn Power is ahead of Aldi Satya, who's not quite at the pace today, Aldi.
Once again, Apiwat Wongtananam showed how good he is at getting an exit to turn 12 and out-dragged Kazma down into turn 1. He's now second behind Tanat, having a look up the inside.
The real race are the guys in 3, 4 and 5. Everything else is a distraction. The bikes we're looking for, 27, 21 and 500.
Powie in 6th, ahead of Aldi Satya Mahendra.
Ooh, Adananta looks on the inside and is able to hold it from Kazma. And that means that would be 16 points ahead of 13, which will put them level.
Yeah, there we are. The live timing comes up again. Great work from the team.
Adananta moves ahead. Well, those live championship points will flicker up and down. Adananta Putra was a runner-up last year, don't forget. As they come through, Tanat Long Pliao is the man who just leads the way, forces a little stand-up from Apiwat Montana. Adelanto Putra for Astra Honda Racing in P3 leads the way. That will be 16 points ahead of 13 for Kazma, and look at the move being made by 500. Anupab Samu.
Getting a fantastic drive out of turn 12. He drags his Honda-mounted compatriot behind him, Tanat Longpliao. Adelanto Putra just behind them in P3. Kazma behind him. Anupab behind him. Aldi moving up. He's now in P6. And waiting to see if we get a showing from the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia riders. And that's Kitsadar doing his long lap penalty for the incident at turn 12 that resulted in the injury of Reza Danica.
It's almost redundant to say where the incident was at this venue. Turn 12 it nearly always is.
It's shaping up really nicely. Mixture of wild cards and contenders, all mixing it up.
As it stands at the moment, Kazma Daniel would be picking up 13 points for fourth. Adelanto Putra, 16 points. And it would just be enough to edge him into the title. But look at that, Kazma just has a little glimpse to see if he can take a tighter line on turn 12. Adelanto Putra goes past Tanat. And Tanat is able to hold off Kazma, or is he? He is indeed, and that could be a significant movement. Kazma didn't have the straight line pace to get the better of Tanat on the long straight.
Apiwat takes a look behind. Well, it's busy behind you. And here comes Adelanto, showing his face at the front for the first time.
Satya decides to go inside Anupab Samu. Again, just to complicate matters, but very uncomplicated if it remains like this. Adelanto Putra will take the title. Whoever wins that little battle of three. Tanat able to still hold off Kazma Daniel. Kazma looks at turn 5. Wonders if he can squeeze through on the inside. He can't, but Aldi also has a little look on Kazma.
To all intents and purposes, Tanat is a wild card in this particular equation. Number 31, side to number 21.
Looking good for Astra Honda. Looking good for Adelanto Putra to put last season's runner-up position behind him and take a victory here. But I say looking good. We're barely a quarter of the way through the race. 241, Apiwat Wongtananam. As you say, he's looking relaxed. He's not had a lot of fun in the Superbikes Championship this year, but he's having fun on his home circuit, leading the way. But the real story is what's going on behind him, and Adelanto Putra, Barry Russell, looks to be in really good nick, and his bike looks to be nicely set up.
He's doing what he needs to do, which is staying ahead of the championship contenders. However, it's not just as simple as following Apiwat to the checkered flag, as Tanat Longpliao is showing, because he's just taken a provisional 4 points away from him by sliding up the inside into turn 3.
Kazma Daniel losing a place there as well. Again, that could be a problem. Aldi Sachi Mahendra.
I have to think that Aldi is going to make his way onto the podium again, given his quality. Racing Indonesia have given him a really good bike this weekend.
Okay, in the race we can't ignore 1, 2, 3, but in actuality in the championship race we can ignore 1, 2, 3. The real battle is 4, 5 and 6. And as you can see, Adelanto and Kazma, yeah, you back count them, they've got identical records in terms of wins. If you then go on to second, Kazma's got 4 second places. But Adelanto does have 3 wins, so Adelanto on that count backward win
Yeah, there's a sign I'm happy to see in a kind of perverse way. Reza Danica at our end looking on.
Looking out for his teammate. Himself a champion last year, or 2 years ago, Reza Danica Arons. Making the step up. Still 2:41 leads.
Yeah, Aldi now up into second. So that's 45 points in the hands of wildcards currently. And 16 points in the hands of Tanat, who's not a contender.
It really makes it complicated. 21 Adananta. Well, he takes a nice tight line and is able to edge his way through.
Aldi going to lead them out of turn 3.
Adananta 21 in P2. Again, his story. He finishes ahead of the other two. And he will be champion. Ooh, Aldi somehow regained his balance.
Yeah, the two Indonesians getting very close and personal there. That's Ferozi Turakatula cruising back into pit lane. It seemed like a mechanical issue for the Indonesian class rookie. And at the front.
12 laps of the circuit is the race, 4.5 kilometers this circuit. We are approaching midway point. We're approaching now to turn 12. Adananta has a 3-man lead. Man who's not really made a significant impact so far. Bike 500, Anupam Samu. Maybe he's just keeping his powder dry for the final quarter of the race as they come through. Adananta Putra is leading, both in race and championship. Maybe not in the race.
Anupam and Kazma, both further back than you would expect them to be, unless they have a plan, if they're preserving their tyres. Adananta not leaving anything to chance, keeping himself up as close to the front as he can. Nervous moment there.
And Kazma shoots through into P3. And Adananta, Kazma's actually in P2. Adananta lost out and Anupam's gone with Kazma. Is Anupam just stalking Kazma, Daniel?
Well, he could be. Let's take another look at this. That was nearly took Adananta out onto the runoff area.
Hard in mile time for Adananta Putra. He has got time. We're only halfway through the race. But that was a scary moment for Adananta, and it means that your new championship leader for now, just for now, is Kazma. But a change of positions between Anupam and Kazma, and that changes.
Yeah, he's got Aldi ahead of him, the wild card, taking the provisional 25 points. Kazma has got his main rivals behind him. Here they come into turn 12. Aldi tries to go up the inside, and he makes it stick. Beautifully done by Aldi Satya Mahendra. He leads Kazma Daniel across the line, and Anupam Samoon. And there's a gap opening up back to Apiwat Tananon in P4 currently.
So Kazma would pick up 20 points. Anupam would pick up 16 if it remained the same, but Anupam, he goes around the outside, and there's an instantaneous change, and that would change the overall results. And Adananta is in that chasing pack, Barry Russell, and Adananta has problems.
Yeah, he's down in 6th after that incident 1 lap ago when he was pushed wide at turn 3. Now he needs to get on it because these two are opening up a gap. These 3 rather are opening up a gap. Aldi Satcher leads them into the technical part of the circuit. They're through turn 6, going through the right-hand turn 7. And a visible gap there, which looks like about a second.
There's your new championship leader, Barry.
Anta is back up into 4th, so at the front of the group behind those front 3.
Still plenty of twists and turns to go, but Adananta, when he was pushed out, that's 1.5 laps ago that he was pushed out.
Yeah, he's really pushing hard now. He needs to keep his head together, not push too hard. He's already had one DNF.
Anupam fires through into the lead, or with a lead of 2/10 clear. Adananta Putra has got himself back up to P4. And he's just put in a really quick lap of 1:40.192. That's the fastest out there. But it's desperation stuff for him now. Tell you who's looking rapid out there is Anupam Sarmoon.
Yeah, he's looking to put Aldi between him and Kazma, himself and Kazma. Second back to now Tanat in P4, but basically Tanat and Adananta. 31 21. And the Indonesian, Apiwat behind them. So he's faded.
This is a battle for fourth in the race itself. We've got two mental bits of arithmetic going on, the race itself and the championship points.
Adananta in real trouble now, running in fifth. Apiwat snapping in his heels. He's got Tanat in front of him. Two ties don't owe him anything, that's for sure. Still at the front. The path in P2.
Adananta is making a beeline to try to get on the inside of Tanat. It's not going to work. Time is running out for Adananta Putra. You can almost feel the mental work that he's having to do there. That mistake could well cost him the whole championship as he trails down in P5, Barry Russell.
Yeah, the gap is shrunk slightly on that last lap. But Anupam looking good, sitting pretty in P2 at the moment. Kazma just behind him.
Kazma's able to chase.
But that gap is closing up, Des.
What a championship. What a championship this is.
It's going to be one hell of a finale.
It already is.
Yeah, Tanat closing on Kazma. Adananta going with him.
Nervy look back there from Anupam Sarmoon.
There's a very naughty boy on the back of that group in the shape of Apiwat.
I'm wondering if Kazma's able to get closer to Anupam, or whether he's just trying to nurse his tyres, make sure he's in prime position for an attack on the last lap.
The exit to turn 6 once again proving crucial. Tanat having a look on the inside of Kazma.
And that would really complicate matters as it stands at the moment. 171 points Anupam Sarmoon, 170 Kazma Daniel, 165 Adananta Putra, but that can change in a matter of corners. As they come through to turn 12, there'll be 2 laps to go when they finish here, and look at that. Kazma Daniel's been forced into P4, and Adananta Putra's come through as well. Kazma drops 2 places, Adananta goes up into P4.
That was a dramatic run down into turn 12. Tanat's got himself back ahead of Adananta, who didn't get the best drive out of turn 12.
Your championship leader remains Anupam Sarmoon as it stands.
Anupam trying to get the race lead from Aldi.
And Apiwat is also coming back in just to complicate matters.
Yeah, he's doing something of a favour to his long-time friend ahead of him, giving Anupam a margin ahead of Adananta Putra. Came through so strongly, he's so determined to get this. It seems like it really is a win or bust effort from Adananta Putra. Kazma just fading a little bit at the back of this group of 6.
6 kilometres to go. Anupam Sarmoon at the moment, the title is in his grasp. Bike number 500 on his home circuit. He's doing it his way, the Anupam way. And he's got a bit of protection behind him with the 2 wild cards. That's exactly the scenario that Adananta and Kazma Daniel feared. The wild cards are getting in the way of Adananta making a real move on Anupam Samu.
Happy One's going to go past Aldi now up turn 12, and he's going to get the drive down. Aldi back into P3. Anupam in P1. Adananta P4.
Anupam leads the way. Adananta, it looks like the only man who has got an opportunity, but he's got to get past 2 before he can have a go at Anupam Samu. For Anupam Samu, this is the chance to come from nowhere, to make it a 45-point weekend, to take the title. But look at Adananta Putra!
Here he comes. He had the reigning champion and a world champion ahead of him, and he just got past them both to lead on to the straight run down into turn 4. Tanat is through into second.
Adananta Putra is your new championship leader. What a move on the hairpin. And he's got a bit of time and he's got a bit of space, and now he's got the protection behind him of the wild cards.
What a move that was from Adananta. Oh, and down he goes again!
The title disappears. Adananta Putra, head in hands, cannot believe what he's done. He thought it secured it. Now it's a chance for Anupam Samu. Anupam Samu on 16 points.
Tanat Longpliao leading them down on the run to turn 12 with Aldi behind him. Then it's Anupam.
Right then, Anupam loses a place. Kazma Daniel tries to come through. Kazma can't get through. Anupam takes P3. 16 points for Anupam. 13 points for Kazma Daniel. And what that means to the championship, it's a tie between Anupam and Kazma. And they both won one race each. Kazma's won more second places. I think that's the count back. Adananta Putra in the dust. The win goes to Tanat Longpliao. I think the title belongs to Kazma Daniel.
Well, let's have that confirmed, Des. I know better than to question your mathematics. Yamaha are celebrating.
Kazma Daniel and Anupam level on points, level on race wins, second places. Kazma has got himself 4 second places. Anupam has got himself just 2. Whoa, that is as close as you can possibly get. What a scenario. Adananta Putra cannot believe that he has thrown away the title when in the lead.
That was a fantastic move he made into turn 3. And then he threw it away in the final sector, giving it everything in his bid for the title. We'd say his winner takes all. And we're just hearing it confirmed, Des.
Kazma on the countback is our new champion. To be confirmed.
I think he's just had it confirmed, looking at his body language on the bike.
Yes, in the Yamaha pit lane. Hong Yong Yamaha. Whoa, this is so out of the blue.
We saw celebrations in the Yamaha Thailand pit. They were premature. They weren't listening to you, Des. Wow. Drama. It's not the first time we've seen championships won on a countback in the Asia Road Racing Championship, not by any stretch of the imagination, but none more dramatic than that one. Is he still in disbelief, Kazma Daniel?
He's still not sure. He's still not sure. Oh my word.
The tears are breaking through in the Hong Yong Yamaha pit.
Those second places he earned at Sepang and Motegi. 3 at Sepang in the 2 rounds, 1 in Motegi, means that he has 4 second places as well as now 1 win. Anupam 1 win at Motegi's 2 second places. Level on points, but it looks like Kazma's got the title.
Yeah, he'll be processing that at the moment under that pink helmet.
Apologies to Tanat Longpliao. He's won the race. And he's getting no TLC at all.
He won the race brilliantly.
Kazma Daniel, your champion. Phenomenal. Oh, emotional.
He's looking across at the big screen.
Yes,
it's
you. How does that work, he says. Well, it's a season's work, Kazma.
That's it.
It's chasing down those extra points that you're not sure it'll matter, and yet it does. It's the 9 points that you won in Mandalika from a disappointing position. It's the 11 you got in Motegi, and it's the 3 you somehow rescued getting up after a crash in round 2. Disbelief from Kazma Daniel.
Yeah.
Kazmuddin.
Yeah, the Hong Leong crew are doing their best to convince him that he's the 2025 Supersport 600 champion. But yeah, you better believe it.
Wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow.
There he drops to his knees. Oh, he needs a moment, that's for sure. Oh, after a P6 yesterday, who would have thought? Last lap, Des. I know it's over the season, but the twists and turns throughout this race, actually, but especially on the last lap, were so dramatic.
Spare a thought for Adnan Putra. He'd got himself in the lead, he'd done the hard work, and then he slid out. Was it turn 7 he slid out? In the lead. Wow.
Yeah, preparation shirts out.
They're one-offs. They are not for sale. Kazma Daniel, Hong Leong, the investment that the guys behind the scenes put in, the money, the sponsors, it all suddenly becomes worth it when you win a title, particularly an unexpected title.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, there's a couple of boxes of shirts heading towards the incinerator from other garages.
Real disappointment for Adnan Putra. You saw his reaction as soon as he went out. He chased after his bike, head, hands holding his helmet. But now all the tension, all the TLC is on number 27, Kazma Daniel. Well, we said it'd be complicated.
Certainly was.
Let's have a look at some of the emotional twists and turns of probably the final lap or so. When Adnan Putra, bike number 21, he'd done the hard work, Barry. He got himself in front.
Yeah, and that was just a masterful move at turn 3, and then he threw it away.
Okay, let's just have a look at this. Coming into the final turn, Anupam Sarmoon, bike number 500. At this stage, he looks like he's in control. He's pushed out, and then Kazma is able to speed through. If he comes 5th, he doesn't win the title. He comes 4th, and he takes the title on a countback. And not a win countback, a second place countback.
That's right, and they had to avoid an out-of-shape Apiwat as well, who made a rare mistake at turn 12. Ended up 5th. It's going to take some time to sort out that scrum.
Kazma, you did it. You did it. Finally, you've done it. Back in the 600s, after so long, you are now the champion of the Supersport 600 in the Asia class. Kazma, tell us about this race. That was a battle.
I cannot comment anything because this is rizki that Allah give to me. That I really cannot believe it because in the race time also I'm really nervous, so much nervous, and I try to be safe on the track, and then I just try to stick on the group and no crash, and hopefully this is what I say. This is rizki. Even I'm not on the podium, but I still can get title. But syukur alhamdulillah, rezeki Allah itu luas. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Kasma. Congratulations.
A race to remember. A finale to end all finales. Supersport 600cc. Kazma Daniel, bike number 57, showed that he was going to give it his absolute all. Got off to a flying start, bike number 27. Basically, the story was he had to finish ahead of number 500 Anupab and also number 21 Adananta Putra. But there'll be so many twists and turns in this, Barry Russell. So many.
So many. And it was Apiwat who made the running, and Tanat Longpliao, our eventual race winner, making his presence felt all the way through at this point, with 1/3 of the race gone. It was Adananta back in P4, who go even further back at one stage, but they were just concertinaing up and down, moving up and down the order.
Looks like 500 Anupab is just tracking Kazma Daniel, looking to maybe make an attack on the last lap, but Adananta Putra at this stage is leading. We're halfway through now. The title is Adananta's. Even when Adananta goes into P3, but then he's pushed out, everything changes, and Kazma's able to go through, as does Anupab.
Yeah, that was a good recovery from Adananta, but that did put him a long way back. Halfway point now, and Aldi making his presence felt, as was Kazma.
Kazma goes wide, that allows Anupab Samu to get a drive through. But there's more twists and turns to come. 21, Adananta claws his way back into this race, Barry Russell. You can see him just on the inside there, with 3 laps to go. He's back in that leading group, goes on the inside of Kazma. I thought then that Kazma's chance was gone, and Adananta is now in the championship lead.
Yeah, that was a championship race. Tanat being a real spoiler there. This was the move on the final lap. Absolutely brilliantly executed by Adananta.
So Adananta's leading, and then he falls off with the title in his grasp.
Yeah, turn 7 again.
Like 241 under investigation, we can tell you, but then onto the final lap. Anupab in 3 is safe so long as Kazma cannot get into P4. Anupab 500 gets 3, and look at the mistake from Apiwat, and Kazma speed through, and Kazma by a whisker gets P4 on the 13 points that give him the title on countback, not of wins, but of second places.
Yeah, and actually he can thank Apiwat in a way, because it was Apiwat getting out of shape that led him through into P4.
Tears of a crown. Kazma Daniel Kazmiuddin.
Tears on the grid from Anupab. Tears in Park Fermé from our new champion, Kazma Daniel Kazmiuddin.
That was phenomenal. And we've got something even more dramatic to come, if at all possible. Okay, on to the podium. And Kazma is still composing himself in the shots that we see down below. Here's Anupab Samu. How tough for Anupab. 3rd place today, 16 points, finishes ahead of his man, but it's just not enough. 2nd place, Aldi Satya Mahendra. And Tanat Longpliao. Apologies to Tanat for not giving him any TLC, but it is this side story today, Barry Russell.
Yes, it is. And it's his first podium appearance in ARRC actually this year. He rode an absolutely brilliant race, so he does deserve some of that sunlight.
And the team award. Team representative comes in. For Honda Thailand. The national anthem of Thailand.
So the big boss to receive the team award. Kunalak.
As you say, a first win of the season for Tanat Longpleo. It's the first podium of the season, actually. He's had lots of fourths.
Yeah, that was my point. Yeah, he's been fourth 4 times, I think.
Tong Tai Wong Sawan, I think he's a bit of a good luck charm, is the FIM Asia representative. It's been tie winners all the way when he's been handing out the awards.
Yes, indeed. 3 tie winners out of 4 races.
For Aldi Satya, well, it's a welcome back to ARRC. How about that? A 41-point weekend. And at last, 3 fourth places, a 5th place, 3 6th places, and now a podium, and not only a podium, but a place at the top of the podium. Team presentation by Tanasiri Janvitairam, the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit. Poor old Anupap, though.
Yeah, what's going through his mind at the moment?
Let's check the standings. This is how tight it is. Level on points. Kazma Daniel level on points with Anupap Sarmoon. Kazma Daniel wins the title because on the count back, they're level on wins run throughout the season. 1. Kazma has 4 runners-up. Anupap only 2. Adlanta Putra 3rd. Vayu Nagrohu 4th. Tanat in 5th. Helmi 6th. Sharafuddin Azman 7th. Herjan Atna 8th. But remarkably, your champion, Kazma Daniel Kazmiuddin.
All just about set. Red lights are on and we are underway. Final lap is underway, 4.5 kilometres.
Kazma Daniel is behind him. So much quality.
Kazma Daniel, he's got some sort of problem with the 27 machine.
Ooh, and there's
Kazma.
a mistake from Kazma.
Forced really wide. It is Kazma Daniel that will take the win. Kazma holds on. He's looking for back-to-back wins, Kazma Daniel. Kazma Daniel looking serene in P1. Kazma leads from Adalanta Putra. Carolina Pawi ahead of Razor Dan. Kazma Daniel, bike number 27. Behind them, Kazma Daniel looks behind the lead. Kazma in P3. Kazma has led from the start. Kazma has the straight line speed. Kazma has got that speed to Kazma Daniel in 1/100th of a second.
Still not quite believing it, is he?
He's regained his composure, though, bless him.
He has. It was only a matter of time with Kazma. Ah, wow. That's mine, he says.
Absolutely.
And that's a handsome trophy. Tell you what, they've gone to town on the trophies. Asia Road Racing Championship this year. Very splendid for these champion trophies. I always thought it was bad luck to print champion t-shirts ahead of it.
Yeah, as I said, there'll be 2 boxes of t-shirts going on their way to the incinerator right now.
Yep, he's recovered. I think he's still in disbelief. He needed convincing by his team. He wasn't sure. Tanasiri Hassan Vitaram, the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit, hands out the Super Sport 600 Championship to, remarkably, an incredible story, Kazma Daniel.
The applause of the family, lovely to see.
One more.
So, photo time. The light from the sun just right for the assembled photographers.
I promise you, he'll be giving them plenty of opportunity. And it's a team effort. I'm not sure about the T-shirts, I'm not sure about the shirts, but you certainly can't argue about the celebration. And Kazma is looking at, did I really win this? Did I really? 10 minutes ago, I didn't. Okay, if that's not enough drama for you, we've got the Superbikes 1000cc, which promises to be, if at all possible, equally enthralling, equally thrilling. Again, a title is up for grabs. And again, we have got narrow margins between the contenders. The finale to the finale of the 2025 FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship comes up after the break with the ASB Superbikes 1000cc. Promise you, loads of drama.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Take a deep breath, everybody, and let's enjoy the view of Buriram. We are at the Chang International Circuit. It's the last round, the last day, the last race, the last dance of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We have just had remarkable drama and a victory in the Super Sport 600cc for Kazma Daniel Mayudin of Malaysia. Coming up next, we've got the Superbikes. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell, as we have been all season, and Daniel Boger's down in the pit lane trying to describe the drama for you. And it has been drama throughout the day, and drama is promised in the final race of the season, because Hafiz Sharin Abdullah has given himself a real opportunity to take his first title for JDT on the Ducati after a win yesterday, Barry.
Yeah, 8-point lead over Nakarin after a dramatic last lap. How many times have we used that phrase in the last 2 days?
In the last 20 seconds, I have used it about 20 times. Okay, we just mentioned that there was a win. Let's have a look at how he did it. So he came into the championship trailing Nakarin Atirapuvapat by 4 points. And he had a scare beforehand. It looked like there was a mechanical problem, but he got off to a fabulous start, did the JDT on the Ducati. It's a powerful machine. He's not had the best of luck. He's been taken out in Motegi. He was really upset with what happened in Sepang last time out. And he and Chip Nakarin had a battle to remember, where the aggression of Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati was matched by the pace and determination of Chip Nakarin.
Yeah, they both absolutely went for it, showing supreme confidence. Chip's confidence had started on Friday morning. Hafiz's had built up over the weekend. And in the end, that was the difference. That I would turn out Chip having lost the lead to Hafiz, fighting back again and again. The lead changing hands pretty much constantly as these two romped away from the rest of the field. Kito Abe, who came in this weekend as a realistic contender, he was way back at this point. It really was between these two. And then there was a joker in the pack, and that was in the shape of Andy Farid Izdihar. Came in his very last race, last weekend rather, for Astra Honda. He does what he does, and that means he came through late in the race to challenge the two riders at the front.
There was a contentious moment though. Hafiz Sharin chasing down aggressively onto Nakarin, and there is contact. Maybe we're not going to see it there. Here's Andy Farid Izdihar, comes into P3 here, and you think it's going to cause Hafiz the problem. What it does actually, it would cause the problem for Chip Nakarin, but Andy Farid Izdihar, he has this ability just to come in late into races and really, really have an impact.
Yeah, he's absolutely brilliant at managing his tyres. Got his nose snapped off there by Hafiz Sharin on the last lap.
There's the contact.
There is the contact. You saw a puff of smoke there from the contact. And Andy Farid dived through the gap.
Hafiz just had enough of a drive to get out. Race control decided there was nothing. It was a racing incident, nothing more. So the battle first, Chip Nakarin is by now in 3rd place, and that could be curtains for his title, because Andy Farid, you called him a spoiler, a joker. Not very funny for Chip Nakarin.
It wasn't, no. And Nakarin got all out of shape at turn 12, and that let Kito Abe through into 3rd. So a disaster in the end for Nakarin and Tirapuvapat. He came in with a lead in the championship. That disappeared, and it went in the direction of Hafiz Sharin.
What it means in the title, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati Panigale for JDT Racing. It's a beast of a bike to control. He has an 8-point lead over Nakarin Atirapuvapat, who, as you say, lost 3 points on that last race to the line yesterday. Kito Abe technically can still win the title, but it would need either, well, both Hafiz and Nakarin to have problems. Zakwin Zaidi as well technically is in the race, but practically isn't. Azroy Hakim Anwar will be a sadly missing, injured absentee for today.
In terms of the contest we're going to see this afternoon though, Des, Zakwan Zaidi is going to be in the mix because he had a long lap penalty yesterday, which set him back. He could only come through to finish 5th. And Andy Farid, who has got his expected late run, his last ever outing for Astra Honda, after an incredible partnership between the rider and the team. There was a very big and highly anticipatory scrum there. Missing as Roy Hakim Anwar.
He looks fit enough to me, gosh. No, I had a chat with him. He's hoping that in a couple of weeks he'll be fit and able to get around, but he can hardly move his knee. Had a real problem with his left knee. Okay, down in the scrum. Real anticipation for today. It's the Superbikes. It really is the marquee. And whoever wins this, it'll be a championship to remember, because we've had 5 genuine contenders coming into this final round. Azroy, his injured absenteeism made it 4. Yesterday means that we're effectively down to 2, but there's still so many things can happen. I think we can go down and for the last time today, talk to Daniel Bogas for some pre-race thoughts.
The final race of 2025 is upon us. The weather is great right now. There's a nice breeze. It's cooling down here. We'll get more track information from Self and Dunlop in a little bit, but for now, let's have a talk with those who are still in contention. First one in mathematical contention still is Zakwan Zaidi. So let's have a quick word with him. He's got Mr. Boss, Mr. Yuzi there. So, Zakwan, yesterday after the long lap, it was a tough road for recovery, but today, another opportunity. It's going to take a lot, but anything can happen. What's the strategy?
No, I don't know the strategy. Now, let's try to enjoy the race and just keep forward. Yeah, my aim, I try to win, and let's see how the situation. So yeah, a bit nervous now, but yeah, I try to keep focus for race.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Good luck with this one. Now we're going to go to P3 in the championship as well. Still within the fight, it's Nakarin. Nakarin, of course, a bit heated. So yeah, Mr. Alex Gav is good to go. Thank you. So, Nakarin, yesterday didn't go to plan, but today it's a new fresh start. Anything can happen. So what's the strategy for this one? Are you changing the tires, or are you gonna just do the same thing yesterday?
Yeah, we know what happened, but we will improve for today. And nothing to lose, just go in front and finish on the top. Yes.
Thank you, Chip. Good luck with this one. Now we're gonna head to P4 in the grid. See you in the podium, Miss Alex. And now we're gonna head to Andy Farid, who this will be his final race for Astra Honda Racing Team. So Andy, the last race for Astra Honda Racing. What's it gonna look like? Yesterday a podium, today fighting for the win, or are you gonna let the boys in the championship fight it?
Yeah, we will see. I think we'll be, I think 4 riders is under the pressure. Yeah, let's see during the race. If I can go, I will try my best. So let's see. Because yesterday also in the beginning of the race I was a little bit struggle, but in the last part of the race I catch the feeling and I can go. So let's see today. If I can get the feeling from the beginning, I will try my best.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck with this one. Now we're gonna head to Hafiz Sharin, who is currently the championship leader. And Hafiz is just in the zone there, so I'm just gonna give him a quick second just to allow us to enter the cameraman or just take some pics of Hafiz. So I'm just gonna interrupt them slightly and see if I can grab a quick word with Hafiz. Hafiz, can we get a quick word? Is it possible? Yeah. So Hafiz, you have the slight advantage right now in the championship. So riders often try to push. Is the plan to push or trying to stick behind the front group?
We will see, because difficult to comment, because the race will be intense like yesterday for sure. So I will give my best, and I do like what I do yesterday, and yeah, we will see, because Zakwan today will be not doing long laps. So yeah, I'm ready to give everything, no regrets. So yeah, we will see what happens in the race. For sure, I will enjoy and try to do my best as a team. We give everything.
Any last minute setup changes to try and give that edge grip towards the end?
No, we just keep the same, and we just try to improve on myself and try to give what I have in my experience. For sure, will be like a 600. Many bike will in the street stream. So yeah, we will see.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to try and grab a quick word with the tire technicians from Dunlop, and we're going to look for Mr. Sel Khan. You can just find him. He was at the front, so yeah, he is at the front right now, just ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. So just trying to maneuver through the crowd and bring my cameraman through as well. We're going to try and look for Sel. There he is. So let's see if we can get some information. Sel, so we'd like to ask, first of all, what's the track times looking like today?
Virtually identical to yesterday, 38 degrees track and ambient, so nobody's changed tyre choice. We're on the same as yesterday. Most of the guys have gone for the hard fronts. Only Nakarin has gone for a medium front. So the front 2 rows virtually identical.
Are we expecting, so with Nakarin on the medium front, how do you think he's going to fare with that?
Again, I think, to be honest, it's his preferred choice, but yeah, it's going to be a fight for the finish.
Thank you so much, Sal. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Great work throughout the season. Some real interesting stuff coming out from the riders' attitude as much as anything else there. Fundamentally, Chip Nakarin has got to win and hope that he finishes at least 2 places ahead of Hafiz Sharin.
Yeah, there's one other thing, Des, which is that Nakarin had a really fast crash
this morning.
In warm-up this morning at turn 4. His bike went right into the barrier and, you know, tumbled through as well. So he's got a rebuilt bike that he's starting with. Whether that will have damaged his morale or not, I don't know. Look at that little tribute to the great Haruki Noguchi.
It's a remarkable finale for Hafiz Sharin. His form late in the season has been nothing short of remarkable. When he was taken out in Motegi, or he didn't finish in Motegi, I thought that that might be a very, very difficult thing to recover from. And when he also couldn't finish in Mandalika and had problems in Malaysia, he's done well in one race many, many times and not well in the second race. But it's not only about the front 2. You've got Adam Noradin on the Suzuki. Good to see him. And we've got Lachlan Epis, who I believe is for Savitar Racing. He's coming back next year. He enjoys this ARRC an awful lot, Lachlan.
Yeah, unfortunate we're missing Cam Dunker, who is without an engine after an engine failure yesterday.
Mizuno from JDT Racing Team. He's the partner of Hafiz Sharin. And then Joe Francis, who's come all the way from the freezing cold in the United Kingdom. And is just looking to improve, get the BMW semi-competitive. And we always talk about the tyre. We talked to Sal Khan, and he mentioned that maybe Chip Nakarin is going for a different strategy than the other racers today, Barry.
Yeah, as he did yesterday. He's staying with medium front, medium rear. One of the main contenders, really, that's it. Adam Noradin also on the Suzuki. Rio Mizuno prefers the medium front on the Ducati, so running a different combination to his teammate.
With the track temperatures not being excessive, then the tyre degradation might not be excessive either, and I might just give Nakarin an advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be down to feel, and if Nakarin prefers that, as Sal said, if that's his preference, that's what he needs to go with. This is his bid for the ASB 1000 Championship.
There are possibilities that both Zak Wanzadi and Kito Abe can win the title. It can be done, but it would need major, major problems for Hafiz effectively not to finish, and for Chip Nakarin also to finish a little bit down the standings as well. Here are the starters. Kito Abe is on pole position. We forget about that. Such a contender for SDG Hark Pro on the Honda CBR 1000 alongside Zak Wanzadi. The Hondas were so quick as well in practice and qualifying. He's on P2 for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, and Nakarin Atirapupapat for Honda Racing Thailand on P3, bike number 41.
Yeah, Andy Farid in his last hurrah for Astra Honda starts 4th. Next to him, our championship leader with the 8-point margin, Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing. Adam Noradin, brilliant job in qualifying for AMI Suzuki.
No Cam Dunker, so Lachlan Epis moves into P7 on bike number 83 on the BMW. Rio Mizuno on the second Ducati for JDT Racing is on P8. Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team, the privateer team, is on the Yamaha. He's on his last engine as well. He blew an engine yesterday.
Yeah, and it's good to see Yamaha TNP making their presence felt in this final weekend of the season. Natitan Tonkoat starts 10th. Next to him, Declan Carberry for Savitar Racing Asia, and TU Joe, his teammate, starts 12th.
12 is what we have for you. 4 with a genuine chance of making the championship. 4 with a mathematical chance of making the championship, 2 with a genuine chance. Abe could be a spoiler. Just to let you know, if Nakarin wins and Hafiz Sharin comes 3rd, Nakarin will win the title.
Exactly. I mean, we've just seen in Supersport, the rider who came in as the championship leader scored 0 points this weekend.
Indeed, indeed.
Anything can happen.
Anything, this is racing. It would be cruel, it is particularly cruel if something goes awry though on the last dance.
Of course, nobody wants to see that. So it is really a straight shootout between Nakarin and Hafiz that we need to look at. Over the course of the weekend, things have been improving for Hafiz and slightly tailing off a little bit for Nakarin, you have to say. I think this is Hafiz's championship to lose, and now I'll shut up.
You've made a lot of enemies in Malaysia just there.
I think I made a lot of enemies in Thailand, didn't I?
Yeah, true.
I think Hafiz is going to win it, is basically what I said.
I know, but that's isn't that a curse?
No, not intended as such.
I know,
Just
sorry.
being objective.
I apologise.
As always. No favourites, Des.
Right, Kito Abe makes the rest wait. Okay. Mind games.
He's good at that. He does enjoy that, Kito Abe. Cheeky Jappy.
13 laps of the track. It is the last race. It's the last moment. We focus on Nakarin Atirapuvapat. He's got off to a healthy start. He's got himself into P3 at the moment. Hafiz Sharin drops down into P5. Indeed, Nakarin goes into P2. And that's a fabulous start from number 41.
It was. He really built up his momentum and looked as though Zakwan was going to get into turn 1 ahead of him, but he didn't. And now he's taking the lead from Kito Abe as they come through turn 3.
Hafiz is pushed very, very wide. Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati. He's got plenty of straight line speed, but he's in 4th place at the moment.
Sharin just moving into place behind Hafiz Sharin. Good start from Nakarin.
Nakarin Atirapuvapat as just behind them. Andy Farid is the heart. What fun he's given us over the years on ARRC. Could still become an important part here. We've seen him so often start slowly, but look at this, the Hondas look like they've got this right today. Zakwan in P3, Abe in P2, Nakarin in P1, and the Ducati sluggish start.
Yeah, as we said earlier on, no long lap penalty this time for Zakwan. He has to go full race distance, full tilt. Second best qualifier after Kito Abe. So we know he's got the speed, we know he loves the Chang International Circuit.
As they come zooming through at the end of the first of 13 laps, Nakarin Atirapuvapat has a 0.4 second lead over Abe and Zakwan. Andy Farid trailing 1.6 seconds down. These 4 are away from everybody else.
See the mental strength of Nakarin, because that was a fast crash he had in warm-up this morning. Making a really confident start.
They are the championship points if it were to finish like this. There's a long way to go. 53 kilometers to race.
The only thing Nakarin can do is win. Hope that somebody is between him and Hafiz at the checkered flag.
Well, so far, so good for Nakarin Atirapuvapat.
It's a magnificent start for him.
Well, look at that aggression. We saw that from Hafiz Sharin yesterday. Hugely aggressive and straight on the inside there of Zakwan Zaidi. In a hugely difficult place to take the corner. Was that on turn 5 and turn 6? Wow.
Hafiz will be well aware that if he can get ahead of Kito Abe into second place and hold it, that's all he needs to do for the rest of the race to take the championship.
Abe is quick on the Honda. Nakarin has got the lead. Abe in P2. 2 laps are completed. Objective number 1 completed for Hafiz Sharin. He's got ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. But he is surrounded by Zakwan. A real growl as the bikes came through under our commentary position. And Nakarin has got away. Early days, admittedly, but that is the dream scenario for Nakarin Atirapuvapat.
Yeah, couldn't have started better for him. 1 second ahead. Let's see what happens with the 3 behind him. This is interesting. Ducati battles between 2 Hondas. Abe, Zakwan Zaidi. No love lost between Hafiz and Quito after those mind games back in, where was it, Mandalika?
Mandalika, yeah, indeed.
Between him and Zakwan after the incident at Sepang.
Well, this is the section of the course of the circuit that Hafiz was so aggressive and so good at yesterday. He made an aggressive take of Zakwan Zaidi, but he's not been able to pull away from him. Behind him, Andy Farid will start his slow hauling in of everybody else from P5.
Doing well. Behind Andy Farid and Adam Noradin on the TMI Suzuki.
3 laps going on. This is the battle for P5. Nice to see the Suzuki's on board as well. Adam Noradin, part of the Suzuki setup, and no doubt will be reporting back on the ARC and how to make that Suzuki more
down he
competitive.
goes. Down out at turn 1 for Adam Noradin.
Winded.
Yeah, just winded. That's really unfortunate. Tip into turn 1. It is a difficult turn, and the front just tucks. Down he goes. You can see how fast turn 1 is. That bike went through that thick gravel. Injury, hard to see.
Was a thumbs up there. In the meantime, Hafiz Sharin has got on the inside of Quito Abe while we were distracted by the crash for the Suzuki. The Ducati is in P2. But right behind him, that's what he needs to do, but those Hondas right behind him are quick.
I mean, across Asia, Honda collaborate a lot, especially in things like the Suzuka 8 Hours. These riders know each other very well. What can they do? The Flying Malaysian or the JDT Ducati.
Leg out coming into turn 12. This is 4 laps completed. It's a healthy lead for Nakarin Atirapuvapat. The straight line speed of the Ducati able to hold off. Look at the slide there from Abe. He is spectacular to watch.
The gap 1.9 seconds across the start line that time. We need to keep an eye on that.
That's not his real race though, is it? So long as he's within 1 place of Nakarin, he's fine. These are the 2 who could really cause a problem. And how close is Andy Farid?
Close enough now. Better position yesterday. Zakwan takes up the chase from Quito Abe.
You do wonder if Abe and Zakwan might just conspire to try and nick a P2 for their respective teams. But firstly, they've got to get close enough to Zakwan, who's now closing in a little bit on Nakarin Atirapuvapat.
Chip continuing to eke out. Oh, what is he? The gap's just shrunk slightly. Back to Hafiz. Sector 2, and he's just put in the fastest sector 2 of the race. Fastest lap so far is with Nakarin. He's on the move. Deciding that attack is the best form of defence.
Braking on turn 12, that's a place where if you're really brave you might be able to take a chance, but the drive out is from Hafiz Sharin. He's ahead of the 2 Hondas of Zakwan and Quito Abe.
1 lap ago. 2 seconds.
That's 29, that's
Natatan Tonkoa. His race is done.
a wild card. Regularly comes in for these end-of-season finales. There is pressure there. Look at that, Zakwan. He's a cussed driver, Zakwan. He's tenacious. He won't give this up.
Riders remember things as well. They remember. Just tuck it away in the back of your mind. When you get an opportunity, if you can get one back.
He is reliant upon an error though from Hafiz. I'm not quite sure he can burst past him with pure speed. There he is, he's right on the back wheel of the Ducati.
Yeah, 2 tenths quicker, 1.5 tenths quicker actually, last time around than Hafiz.
Has a lead of 2 seconds over this group of 3. There, once again, you look at Zakwan.
Shows a wheel, he's putting Hafiz under a lot of pressure.
It's a mental game for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. It's mental for the Ducati.
Hafiz can take the mental pressure. The question is, can Zakwan get close enough so that Hafiz can really feel him breathing down his neck?
We also saw in Sepang, if Zakwan does see a chance, he will go for it and will risk contact.
Yeah, he comes from the Ayrton Senna school of if there's a gap and you don't go for it, you're not a racer.
That's close enough. That's close enough to be a concern for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. We're on to midway, halfway through this race. Nakarina Tirapupapat is doing everything that's being asked of him.
Absolutely everything, and the fastest bike on track in a straight line is Zakwan's Honda. Still 6 kilometers an hour quicker in a straight line than it is.
That means he's been able to keep nice and close. Those long straights might be a problem, and you do wonder if Zakwan is just waiting for an opportunity to attack. We're just beyond halfway now. Oh, Zakwan on turn 12 once again. The gate is closed by Hafiz, but each time we hit turn 12, there is pressure.
Yeah, it's the 3rd time he's done it. He's been a little bit closer each time.
Andy Farry comes through in P5. I don't think he's going to be a factor as we look at the live championship standings. That's as they stand right now. One change of position though, and it changes everything.
It's a beautiful race being ridden by Nakarin. He's edged his lead out now to almost 2.5 seconds over Hafiz. Just to take it down, he needs to keep Quito behind him.
Nakarina Tirapupapat had 3 wins, or is looking for a 3rd win at Buriram this season. He started the season with a double here, and we wondered whether or not he was going to race away with a title. Well, they are the only wins he's had. The wins have been shared liberally around. Hafiz has won 4, Nakarin 2, Abe 1, Nazrui Hakim Anwar has won 3, Aslan Shah Kamrazan memorably in Mandalika.
Yeah, what a nice moment that was. Way back in Mandalika in August.
It's a long season, it's a long period of time. Again, as we follow Chip Nakarin as he comes into turn 12, the pressure once again will come on Hafiz Sharin just behind him. It's perfect from Nakarin. The laps are disappearing, 5 to go. High-speed game of chess at the moment. It's a high-speed procession, and Zakwan, I tell you what, he's got something up his sleeve, Zakwan Zaidi. You can just feel it.
Yeah, let's see, but once again, by some margin, 3 tenths. Nakarin was the fastest rider on track. This is an incredible performance from the Thai contender.
Particularly after going off very quickly this morning.
Yeah, that was a concern because it does something to your confidence, but it just shows how strong mentally he is and how much smoother he's become as a superbike rider during the course of this season.
Hafiz, to his credit, has been pretty faultless so far as he's led this high-speed procession, but he's not been able to get away from Zakwan Zaidi, and he'll be feeling this, and that pressure will just begin to squeeze like a vice, because a mistake now could be terminal for his championship chances.
On sectors, this is really good through sector 2.
Zakwan once again will be very close as they come into turn 12. Zakwan looks on the inside once again. Hafiz again closes the gate.
Not quite close enough. See, this is a nice little battle going on.
Very Lachlan Epis, huh?
Yeah. Savitar Asia BMW of Lachlan and the Astra Honda of Andy Farid.
The second JDT Ducati is there as well. And 41 leads the way, and still Hafiz. It's almost like Zakwan has got those eyes trained upon that back wheel. At some stage, he's going to have to make a move.
Yeah, he's moving out to Hafiz in sector 2. It's a real game of cat and mouse. You don't know whether Zakwan's giving it all, or whether he's just keeping something in the locker. There they go through into turn 7.
He's experienced enough, Zakwan, to just be able to be patient or look for a chance.
He's experienced enough to absorb the pressure. So it's going to take a move from Zakwan to disturb the status quo as it is on track at the moment.
So the Kuvaman still leads the way. The tie, right then, Zakwan again tries to get on the inside, but isn't quite close enough. And again, Hafiz goes there. It's deja vu all over again as they go through different lines this time. Zakwan is looking to produce something, is getting closer.
He knows he's quicker through sector 1 than Hafiz, so he's trying to get a drive out of turn 1 and attack him into turn 3. Let's see if it works out.
Going down the back main straight. Yes,
Here he
Zakwan. Zakwan into P2, and that changes the whole title. Zakwan Zaidi waited and waited and waited, and there is your potential champion. Now then, Hafiz, this is his strong part of the circuit. Does he go on the inside? The answer is yes, but the switchback potentially there from Zakwan. But we've seen that Hafiz can be caught, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it is. That Honda is so quick up the long straight and through sector 1. Let's see the sector 2 times as they come up. Once again, Hafiz quicker than Zakwan.
Once again goes through on the inside. Hafiz under immense pressure from his Malaysian compatriot. And is Zakwan going to take the title away from the Ducati?
Zakwan really on it now. Is desperate to get back that P2, and P2 means championship.
As they come through, the whole equation has changed. 2 laps to go. Chip Nakarin will get the win, assuming he stays on the bike. The real championship is here. Hafiz Sharin versus Zakwan Zaidi, 2 Malaysian rivals.
Yep, and as that battle has been going on, the lead of Nakarin has been stretching just a little bit. Fantastic work by Honda Racing Thailand to put that Honda back together for Nakarin and for him to have the confidence to nail it the way that he is. long straight into turn 4. This is where Hafiz likes to attack. Not close enough this time as they go into turn 5.
But he's only going to get one more chance after this, Barry. It is do or die now for Hafiz Sharin. It's do or die for the Ducati.
This is where he undid the Honda of Nakarin yesterday.
Scary moment there for Nakarin Atirapuvapat.
Switch there from the Honda of Zakwan. Is closing. They go through turn 9. Left into turn 10.
Hondas were super quick in practice. Nakarin will lead coming into the final lap. And now this is where the title will be won and lost on this final lap. He's close enough, is Hafiz Sharin. Can he get a drag? Can he get a pull? He's trying to get alongside, but can't on that home straight.
Zakwan was going to nail it up towards turn 3. Try to put himself out of reach of Hafiz. Hafiz holding on, trying to stay in the slipstream. He's doing it. He's going to attack, I think, into turn 3. Zakwan blocks him off again. This is brilliant defensive riding from the Malaysian former ASB 1000 champion. He holds off the Malaysian former MotoGP star.
Tension palpable. He's close enough, Hafiz Sharin. He looks to go on the inside and he stands him up. Is the contact? He forces him wide. Hafiz Sharin on turn 5 has done it. He's got back in front. It's the double left-hander. That could be the move that takes him to the title.
He's done it. He forced Zakwan to back off. Zakwan is not close enough. Hafiz is going to stick it where it is right now, and he is going to take the 2026 ASB 1000 Championship.
As they come into the home straight, Nakarin Atirapuvapat has the lead, but Hafiz Sharin in P2. That is good enough to take the title. One more turn to go. Nakarin takes the victory. Hafiz goes around and Hafiz Sharin Abdullah is your champion! Ducati and JDT for the first time.
Yeah, nothing Zakwan could do after being mugged into turn 5 by Hafiz. That was a brilliantly timed, brilliantly judged move by Hafiz, because the defensive riding in Zakwan to that point has been brilliant. He must have known Hafiz was going to come for him then.
Wow, the tension was, you could cut it with a knife. Zakwan, a very, very brave P3. Arbe in 4. Lachlan Epis gets the better of Andy Farid for 5. Ray Mizuno 7. Joe Francis in 8. Declan Carberry 9. Choyu Joa finish in 10. No finish for Natatan or Adam Noradin, but look at that. Celebrations from Mizuno, who was brought in to try to help Hafiz Sharin. But this is all Hafiz Sharin's work, Barry Russell.
Yes, it is. Nakarin did what he had to do today. He won, and he won handsomely. But it was yesterday that really put paid to his championship chances. He was relying on someone. It looked like it might have been Zakwan to get between him and Hafiz and to take the title for the first time for a Thai rider. This is the crucial move. It's Hafiz. This is braking for turn 5. We saw him do this several times yesterday to Nakarin. Now he does it to Zakwan, and he pushes Zakwan wide. Zakwan is off the circuit, off the line, and he loses vital bike lengths there, and there's no way he could get it back after that.
December 2025 in Buriram, a red letter day for Ducati, a red letter day for Hafiz Sharin. You can see what it means to him. A red letter day for Johor Darul Taksim, a big investment that they made in this team, and it's proven after 2 seasons to bring you champion. 3rd last year, 1st this year, in a season of highs and lows, emotional scars, but at the end, tears of joy and prayers of thanks. Nakarin Atirapuvapat could do no more, Barry Russell.
No, he's going to be upset, but he did today what he could do. The championship was lost yesterday. Comes. It's a win. 4th win of the day for Thai riders out of 5 races.
If Nakarin had picked up 3rd yesterday instead of the 4th, they would have been level on points.
Yeah, another narrowly lost championship for Thai riders on this last Sunday afternoon of the season. As we move into golden hour, the light here is just gorgeous.
Last lap of the last race of the last round of the season before the Superbikes Championship is decided. Again, Nakarin Atirapuvapat, job well done. Nobody can ask any more today. But it's a 12-race season, and every point that you can glean throughout that season is so vital, which means that when Hafiz picked himself up at Sepang after being knocked down on the last lap and picking up 6 points, that's winning the title.
Yeah, we always say this when they have a bad day or have a crash and pick it up, that it could be important at the end of the season, especially here in the Asia Road Racing Championship, because so many times we've seen 1 or 2 points between 1st and 2nd over a 12-race season. It's a hug from team boss and the big boss of Honda Thailand, Pinarat Pongbupat, and holds up for number 1. But the smile isn't as broad as it would have been. Somebody had finished between him and Hafiz. The way the cookie crumbles, still no Thai champion in ASB 1000. Fair play to Hafiz, he's won more races than anyone else. As you said, he picked himself up and picked up the small points when he needed to. That's how you win championships. And massive congratulations therefore to JDT and to Hafiz Sharin. This is going to mean a lot back home in Malaysia, Des.
Certainly does. Certainly does, particularly down in the state of Johor. But for Malaysia, you add this to the Kazma Daniel work, and Hafiz, well, they're working hard on changing that bike, so it's going to take a while before we get Hafiz back into the park, Fermi.
Well, we all know that Ducatis are not easy bikes to work on. That includes putting on the champion's livery. What have they got in store?
To be fair, it is a beast of a bike to control.
Yeah, we've just seen how it's done this weekend. P1, P2.
As we look at Honda for Nakarin, the double win in Buriram is followed by a 9th place and a 4th place in Sepang, an 8th place and a 4th in Motegi, a 2nd and an 8th in Mandalika. Too many times low down the grid for Chip Nakarin. Let's get some post-race reaction. Daniel talking to Zakwan Zaidi.
Zakwan, you rode your heart out there for the last race of 2025. It was a proper battle, and without the long lap penalty, it could have been 2 brilliant races. So tell us that last lap, how was that last lap for you?
Yeah, it's very intensive. I was don't think any much. I just try to make my best, and also I try keep 2nd position. And I know Hafiz also very strong here, and I try to take the advantage where Hafiz weak. But finally, I try to overtake in lap 3 or lap 2, and I try to keep my racing line and try to stop. But I didn't realize that Hafiz will overtake in the turn 5, because I know I have some mistake in the turn 4, and yeah, I try to keep the line, but yeah, Hafiz already overtake and I cannot do anything. But I try to recover back in the last corner. It's impossible to overtake. But finally, I get a podium here. For let's see next round. Next year I will come more stronger for sure.
Can't wait to see it, Zakwan. Congratulations. And now a race winner for the ASB 1000 Race 2 from Honda Racing Thailand, Chip Nakarin at Tira Puvapat. Nakarin just have a quick word with Ratapak. We're just going to have a quick word with Chip after that victory that he just had. So, Nakarin, it was a victory with quite distance, and you changed tire for the race, it seems. Used a medium front this time, so, and you managed to keep the pace high all the way through. So, how was it out there today, and what do you make of this victory?
Yeah, I just try to go P1 and then up to the rider behind fighting, and I do the best for this season. We almost the champion, but yeah, we happy this year we can do good result. Yeah, maybe next year I will try more. Yeah, I want to say thank you to all people to support me and our sponsor Honda Racing Thailand and all fans. Yeah, congratulations for Hafiz.
Thank you so much, Nakarin. Congratulations.
Excellent work there from Daniel down in the Park Ferme. And you can see Chip Nakarin was absolutely devastated. That was hard for him to get out.
Yeah, it certainly was, but gracious in the end.
Confirmation, Nakarin Atirapuvapak couldn't do anything better than win, and he won by 2.5 seconds, which is quite some race. Honda Racing Thailand picking up 25 points. It's just not enough because Hafiz Shahin Abdullah for JDT Racing on the Ducati picked up 20 points. Zach Zaidi gave it his all. He had a go 3 laps from home, but then Hafiz has been so strong in the midsection of this course. Idemitsu Honda coming home in third, 2.6 seconds behind. Abe in fourth for SDG Hark Pro. Lachlan Epis has a really strong end to the season. Another 11 points for him. Andy Farid in fifth. Rio Mizuno and Joe Francis completing the top 8. Joe Francis a time in the 1:38, which was one of his targets. Declan Carberry in 9th. Choyu Joe in 10th. And here, belatedly, unlike on the track, it is.
He's giving himself the black flag there.
Yes, yes. I'd see the face on there. I'm assuming it's behind the finance. It's a long season. Been a lot of heartache. There's been a lot of emotion from Hafiz. Highs and lows. And now he gets the bumps.
Yeah, much nicer being tossed into the air as he was then rather than he was back in Mandalika when he had that horrible high side.
Yes. As you can see, Daniel Bogas is desperately trying to get in to talk to our champion from JDT Racing.
Hafiz, you've finally done it after such a battle in 2025 to get this bike to where it needs to be, and you managed to bring it, and you guys are now the champions. JDT Racing in their second season, your second season, you guys are the champions of the ASB 1000 category. Talk us through the season.
No words. I don't know how to say, first of all. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Finally we did. The work hard pay off. I've been training so hard before Sepang until after Sepang. What happens in Sepang makes us more stronger to arrive here. Yeah, like I said before, no regrets. I just did my best. I know I have a 4-bike Honda in the grid. Try to fight with me. Yeah, this is for my boss, Duli Yang Amat Mulia Tengku Mangkota Ismail. Without him, I'm not here. So, yeah, I don't know, this win for my family and also for my fans that always believe in me, and this for you guys and who are doubt about me, this for you. And yeah, last but not least, for all JDT fans and Malaysia fans, and also for my late grandmother, sure she proud to watch me in the top. And yeah, this for her and for everyone who support me to arrive in until here.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Congratulations on a fantastic season.
Highlights of the final race of the season in the ASBK Superbikes and the Asia Road Racing Championship 2025. Hafiz Sharin needed to make sure he was only one place behind Nakarin up Tiruphuvapat. Bike number 41 though, Barry Russell, got off to a flyer. The Thai did everything he possibly could on the Honda.
Yeah, he took an early lead and that was it. He just checked out, leaving the championship to be decided behind him. That was an unfortunate exit from Adam Norridin, who was going really well in a battle with Andy Farid and Lachlan Epis at the time. Another exit was Napitan Tongkoat.
The real battle though, after Nakarin had got himself into the front, was Hafiz got himself ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. He was in 4th place at one situation, Hafiz, but he managed to get through. And then 3 laps from the end, Zakwan decides to attack.
Zakwan attacked where he was strong in sector 1, and it looked as though he was going to put himself in between Nakarin and Hafiz, but Hafiz had another idea.
And another attack coming in from Zakwan. And you thought maybe one of these will stick. Maybe this will be the nightmare scenario for Ducati and for JDT. But credit to Hafiz, he has been so aggressive in the sector 2 that he had another pop back, but he left it until the very last lap to do so.
Yeah, and it was the same as yesterday in terms of the late attack, the late lunge for the win. Here again, Zakwan holds on to that P2. They're both absolutely on the limit as they go through the final turn, but execute it perfectly. Zakwan now knows he's in his strong area as he goes through turn 1 and on the long drag up to turn 3. But here it is, Des. This is where he makes his move, under braking for turn 5, as we saw him do yesterday, and he pushed, or forced Zakwan wide rather, and that cost Zakwan the track that he needed in order to try and get back at him. He was just too far away as he recovered from that. All he could do was follow Hafiz back into 3rd place.
That meant P2 for Hafiz Sharin. Chip Nakarin doesn't know what's going on behind him. All he can do is win, and win by 2.5 seconds. Safely negotiate turn 12. Make sure you stay inside track limits and accelerate, from my word. Tell you what, Zakwan was closing in at a rate of knots at the very end, but the championship belongs to JDT Racing and the Ducati. And thanking the owner, thanking the finance, thanking Ducati, thanking everybody was Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. He is a winner, although not of this race.
Yeah, and that winner's grin was not as wide as we normally see from Nakarin at Tiruphuvapat. Although really warm support coming through from his team. They know he gave it everything this weekend. So here comes Zakwan once again, another podium.
He nearly did the business for Honda. I think though, his interview when he said he was surprised that Hafiz came through on him and he was edged out. Hafiz P2. A very, very good season. He's been on the podium on 8 occasions this year. 2 DNFs, and a P10, and a P5.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm surprised someone as clever as Zakwan was surprised where that attack came.
Nakarin Tiruphuvapat offers a handshake of congratulations as the team manager comes through for Nakarin. He can sense the disappointment for Honda Racing Thailand, although it is the Thai national anthem that they will be standing to attention for. Fourth in the championship last year, Chip Nakarin. Second this year. He was third in the Super Sports Championship 2 years ago. So near yet so far. Toyokazu Honda, Managing Director of Idemitsu Asia, handing out the awards to the top three. And again, a big shout out to Idemitsu and our other sponsors. Sharon Abdullah takes home a P2 and a 20 points that gives him a beaming smile. Gets raucous applause from his team.
Yeah, trying to lift him.
But the Malaysia flag for Hafiz Sharin. And the team award to be handed out. Once again, it's been a good day for Thongchai. Been a lot of Thai awards.
Absolutely, yeah.
Honda Racing Thailand picking up the award for this win.
Ladies and gentlemen, give another big round of applause for the ASB 1000 Race 2 winners.
So today's race, the ASB 1000cc race number 2 of today, race number 12 of the season. Zakwan in third, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, JDT Racing Ducati in second, Nakarin Atirapuvapat, Honda Racing Thailand with the victory. But it's the points that are accrued that make all the difference. Glorious shots like that. Nice way to end. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, your champion for JDT Racing Team. 3 points clear of Nakarin Atirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand. 23 clear of Kito Abe. Valiant effort by him and Zakwan Zadi for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Injured Akjoy Hakim Anwar in fifth with 135. Andy Farid picking up triple digits as well. But your champion is from JDT Racing, and it's Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
All just about set. The growl begins and we are underway.
Sharin taking a nice tight line, and Hafiz looks as though he's got...
It's a good start from Hafiz Sharin in the middle. He's forced wide again, Hafiz. Hafiz Sharin, who's taken out. Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati. Hafiz Sharin comes through. The Ducati of JDT takes the victory. They're not happy. Hafiz, though, isn't going to give this one up without a fight. But look at the Hafiz Sharin. Takes the inside line. Hafiz Sharin down. A big, big crash. Late break from Hafiz. Hafiz Sharin back-to-back win. Fantastic victory for the championship leader. 4th of the season.
A tribute and a couple of kisses for JDT's Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
From Malaysia, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
Daniel Bogas, our reporter, also acting as the MC. He's a hard-working lad, is Daniel. And it's a lot of hard work. Now he can chush the crowd. Thought it was a little bit premature yesterday, but now he can cheer. And now we can smile, and now we can celebrate. And now, that's Tunka Makoto of Johor on his helmet, who is the man who has financed this JDT racing team. And for JDT to win in Buriram, wow, that changes things.
That's quite something. And another impressive trophy being lofted by our ASB 1000 champion. Flags fly high too.
Hafiz Sharin, JDT racing team, 25 champion of ARRC ASB 1000. Luckily he's been in the gym, got the muscles to hold that up. And hopefully this is the start of JDT's continued involvement in Asia Road Racing Championship. They do make it very, very competitive. They bring an edge.
Yeah, bring the edge, the competitive edge, the colour, the drama.
So obviously one of the highlights is the championship going to Hafiz Sharin. Abdullah, talk us through your final highlights of this season, Barry Russell.
Well, it's been, let's start with TVS. Hiroki Ono took what he thought was rightfully his and took a convincing win in the race and the championship. We had a very popular podium with Pirapong and the other two in Underbone 150s, and then we had, we had 4 tie winners, race winners. We had, as well as Pirapong, we had Kritapat, Tanat, and of course Nakarin just now, but we had 2 Malaysian champions in the last 2 races, and that's, in the end, what matters. Over the course of this season, those championships were richly earned. And my final thoughts is that it's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege working with you and Daniel and all the team here at Two Wheels. So thank you, guys.
Thank you indeed. I remember on a somber note that we are in a period of mourning in Thailand. The Queen Mother died in October, and so we are going through a period of mourning. Our respects to the late Queen Mother, and our respects to Buriram, and our thanks to Buriram, which has hosted the first and last rounds. And yes, from me, Des Corkill, it's been a real privilege to bring you the 28th season of the Asia Road Racing Championship. We will bring you the diary and the calendar for the 2026 season, just as soon as it is confirmed. And if it's half as good as this year, wow, it's going to be fantastic. To all the champions, congratulations. To the team behind the scenes, to Barry and to Daniel downstairs and to Afik, the producer, and particularly the camera crews who work in all weathers, in the rain, in the heat, in the cold, and under harsh conditions. Thank you very much. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the 2025 FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It is a pleasure and a privilege. Goodbye from Buriram.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
Bye.